everyone. It says we're live. I'll double check it in a second and make sure we actually are. But if you are new here, hello, welcome. My name is Skye, fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name St. Hegyes. And I have a guest with me today, and I will go check and make sure everything is working correctly while they introduce themselves. So go ahead and take it away.
Okay, hello everyone that is here. My name is Stephanie, and I am a writer romance that is spreading her genre writing to other genres out there over the next year or so. I'll talk about that another time. That's it. I'm here.
All right. And I am not wearing my glasses for some reason. My glasses and my headphones are competing with each other to see who can put the most pressure on the side of my head, and it is hurting. So I will put my glasses on when I'm actually working, but otherwise I'm going to keep them off. And so if I'm squinting at the screen, it's literally me trying to read.
Got it.
Sorry. I might do a number like this where I'm like, what does that say? Need me a magnifying glass.
Okay,
I have a mystery author. But yeah, tonight I am going to be working on beta reading. I would like to get through 5 chapters. I do not see that happening. It is taking me forever to get through a single chapter. I'm putting in lots of comments. So, JC, forewarning, it already tells me there's 99 plus comments, and I'm only on chapter 5 right now. There's been 99 plus comments since chapter 3. It's not all bad things, I promise. It's not even all suggestions. I am very much the type of reader where, like, I leave running commentary, and I'm like, ooh, I like this. So, ooh, get it, girl, kind of thing. And so there's a lot of that going on, mixed in with everything else. So don't be afraid of how many comments there are. I promise it's not all bad.
But I think that makes a good beta reader if you're reading it as a reader and an editor writer person, like giving feedback on both things.
Yeah.
Like not always picking apart like what's wrong or what you don't like, but give them a compliment sandwich cookie.
And what I don't like doesn't freaking matter. I point out what I will say this doesn't work for me. It doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. I do that a lot. Or like this sounds off to me, but I can't explain why. It might just be a me thing. It might actually be wrong. I don't hella know. I don't know.
I've left comments like that before when I beta read. I'm like, this is weird the way it's worded. Maybe try something different. Don't ask me what it is though.
And then sometimes I will leave like suggestions like I would like to see more of XYZ or like stuff like that. But because of that, I am only on chapter 5 of 33. And I wanted to have this done by the end of the month. Do I think that's going to happen? I don't know at this point because it is taking me forever. It's straight up a me problem. I understand that, but
you're further than me.
I wish what I should have done. This is what I should have done. What I should have done was when she first sent it, I should have been like right away been like, hey, when were you thinking you wanted this back by? And then I should have marked that date on my planner. Because then I wouldn't be like struggling. Because I'm very much the kind of person, if someone else gives me a deadline and says, I need this back by this, I will get it done within a week. I will have it back to you. If you tell me that it's a month out, I will get it back to you within a week. But the longer I procrastinate, the longer it's going to take. And I procrastinated too long. To be fair, though, I had every intention of working on this while I was on my vacation. And I didn't even open it. So,
I had this fantasy version of me working on my books, writing as we were driving down the road. That didn't happen either.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Okay. There's lots of comments. Wow. Okay. Not used to that. Okay. All right, Head. We're going to have to just deal because I am putting this on lopsided. So pardon my lopsided glasses. It's literally because I don't want to put this under the headphone. Deal with it. Okay. No, I'll just do this. Hold on a second. All right. JC is here. Hello. Laura is here. Hello, evening, fellow vampires. I can't hear you right now, Stephanie, if you're talking to me. I'm so sorry. You could be like talking shit right now, and I would not know because I don't even have the camera up because I'm looking at the YouTube. So I have no idea what you're doing right now. Yeah. Laura says, has anyone ever written about a vampiric dragon before? I have not. That sounds hella fun. Everyone's saying hi to each other. Laura is saying maybe I should actually open my laptop today. JC says, oh no, you're good, Skye. I'm kind of the same way. And JC says, yeah, Stephanie, I will reword something and point out that it's just a suggestion. It's okay if it's not. Well, I have XYZ when you can have XYZ. We are not going to ignore you, Laura. You are asking important questions. Vacation. When I went to North Carolina for 2 weeks for my sister's wedding, like I had every intention of working on at least a chapter a day to a certain extent, and it just didn't happen. To be fair, I spent like 90% of that trip exhausted for absolutely no reason. Like I was just tired all of the time for no reason. It was the time change going forward 2 hours. It was all the driving back and forth. It was all the events that were going on because not a day went by where we didn't see people. On like day 4, I told someone, I don't remember who at this point. I've probably told multiple people at this point. Hell, I've probably said it on a stream at this point. I was like, I have done more socializing in 4 days than I've done in 4 years. So like, I know why I was exhausted. But at the same time, it feels like I was exhausted for no reason. Like I was just tired. I wanted to be in bed by like 5 o'clock in the afternoon after waking up at like noon. It felt like we woke up a lot earlier than that, but that's not the point. Like it felt like I had only been awake for so much time, and I just wanted to sleep all the time, and I could not because of other things that were happening. Persephone is here. Hello. Okay, I've made it to the end of the comments, so I'm going to put the headphones back on. And hello, if you were talking, I have no idea what you were saying.
I'll have you know, I did not open my mouth once, so you would not miss anything of my wisdom bits of knowledge. Okay.
Because I have it on 2 tabs, and I have them on separate tabs instead of like one on this side of the screen and one on this side of the screen. So like I would not have known.
But I was just going to say that just the mere act of like driving long distances over several days is exhausting in itself. So I totally get why you were exhausted the whole time.
And the driving did not go the way I was expecting it to. Yes, we did switch drivers, but I did like 75% of the driving both ways. Once we hit North Carolina, I did no driving. That's a lie. I did drive one day, but that was because I was by myself to go see a friend by myself. So, like, that's why. But anytime I was not the only person going, I was a passenger. And I was like, I like this. I like this a lot. I will be a passenger princess. Woo! Laura says your social battery is 400%. It was not then. She said nothing.
I said nothing.
So, all right. This is going to annoy me because I don't want to keep taking my headphones off. And I want to be able to see. Blast you. You know what? This may look a little funny, and I apologize. I'm going to take one of my little... That feels backwards. I'm going to take one of my hand warmers. Huzzah! We're just going to deal with that for a little bit.
It looks cute.
Hand me the aux. I'll DJ the whole drive. I did have my phone as both GPS and music 90% of the time. I will say that.
Did yours get like overheated often doing that along the way?
No. When we moved up here, it did, but that's because I had it up high. And this time when we drove, I had it just sitting down low and the volume turned all the way up. And I was like, I don't need to look at it. I don't even need to see it. It's down low. It's out of the viewpoint. If we do need to look at it for any other reason, someone else will have to look at it for me.
Okay. Mine probably did that because I had it map running, like nonstop, but then I also had it connected to the Bluetooth running. Maybe that's why it made it warmer.
Maybe. We also had the paper map, and like for long stretches of road where we knew we were going to be on like
Oh,
the same interstate for a long time, I would turn the GPS off and I'd be like, "Hey, tell me where we cross like state lines, where like what city am I looking for, so we can turn the GPS on when we see signs for that city." And
yeah,
we did a
like
lot of that.
when we would drive from like Washington through Idaho, Montana into whatever state is next to Montana. I,
Uh,
we,
which
I
side?
don't
There's North Dakota and there's Oregon. No,
know.
Washington and Oregon.
It's Washington, Idaho, Montana, and then North Dakota, like all in a row. Yes, there you go. We would just stay on this thing that whatever the interstate is, the main one that goes through.
Yeah.
And like you don't really need it. Not really.
Yeah. No, we don't. All right. So what are you working on tonight? I said I'm going to be beta reading, and I'm going to be trying to get through 5 chapters, but we'll see how far I get.
So let me tell you what I did last night.
Okay. What did you do last night?
I finished a rewrite of one of my drafts of my story that is going to be in the summer. I know it's going to be released in the summer because it is it's a cozy campground romance thing. So like I feel like summertime is a good time to release it, like spring, summertime.
Okay.
There's 2 of them, and then there's 2 of them, and I have the covers, and I don't have the title, but it's all good. Like the hard part's over. The cover I think is the hardest part, and then the title. But it's pretty much done.
Okay.
I came up with like the name of the bookstore in the tiny town because it's like a campground up in the mountains, and it has a campground name, and then there's a town with like small town people happenings down there. And so I stayed up way too late doing that. And then, so today I'm going to be working on the I had this short story about a bowling date disaster that I was going to put into an anthology. It didn't get accepted, so I'm expanding the chapters I have so they're longer because short story chapters are short in by definition. So I'm adding more like dialogue and more description and things and more interaction with the townspeople. And then I think I'm in chapter 4 and think there's like 5 or 6 chapters. Once I get the 5 or 6 chapters written, then I can move forward. And that one is going to be released at some point next year as well.
Okay.
I was telling Skye this one late night when we were spending together that technically I have enough short stories, novellas, novels, like 80% done that if I wanted to, I could grace everyone with a new book every month through January through August. But do I want to?
Yeah. I have enough projects. My notebook's not in here, so I can't look at it. I have enough projects that are like short-ish pieces that are going to be like anywhere from 15 to 30,000 words max, that if I were to finish them, I could release a project a month for like the next 5 years.
So I'm like, if I finished all these, like, so there's things like a grammar, spelling check, and line edits. There's one that I need to give a character that's just a boy. That's his name in the story. I need to give him a name. And there's another one where I need to like change the name of a character because I gave this character the same last name of a character in one of my other books, but the stories aren't even connected to each other. And it wouldn't work.
Okay.
Because this character comes to the campground from a big city, and this other character lives in a small town that's not a big city. So I was like, no. So I need to figure out a last name for that one. His name in my story is Jake Callahan, so I need a different last name.
Okay.
And then, so like, there's just little bits and pieces I need to fix, plus the blurb, plus titling all these lovely pieces of writing I have.
Blurbs. Oh dear, blurbs. Blurbs aren't that bad.
No,
I pretty much use the same formula for all of my blurbs, and I follow the book It's by Brian Cohen, I think. I think that's who writes it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I know what it looks like in my head, and I know part of the title. There it is. How to write a sizzling synopsis, a step-by-step system for enticing new readers, selling more fiction, and making your book sound good. This is by Brian Cohen. Let me go ahead and share this real quick. This image. Oh, share this tab. Share this tab instead. Of course, it's not going to show the whole thing. Hold on. Hold that thought. There we go. Oh, look, you can see the pedometers I have in my cart that I was talking about with Stephanie before the stream. Anyways, I swear by this book. I've used it to write all the synopsises. I will continue using it to write all the synopsises. And do I keep a lookout for more books similar to this, like more updated books? Yes. But at the same time, what he says in his book for like books that are still selling like hotcakes on Amazon, they use basically the same formula. So until that changes, I will continue using this book as like my format for writing my synopsises for different books. So that's fun. Let's go back to sharing this tab and change our shape. There we go. Okay. So yeah, what about you guys in the comments? What are you guys working on today? I don't know if anyone has said. I don't mind blurbs. It's just that when I think about how many I have to write, that's where I'm like, oh, fuck me.
Let's see. There's 5 or 6 or something I have to write. So
I have a short story series that's 7 stories within a universe that has 7 different series of the same number. So I've got 49 to write.
Okay,
fun.
speaking of shared universes, okay, let me tell you something I just found out today. So
Okay.
scrolling YouTube, whatever, reels, short, something, and I came across the actor that plays Spike on Buffy.
Okay.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about, right?
James Marsden, yeah.
Yes, all right, yeah. He was talking about how, there's Serenity and there's Firefly. Like one's a TV series and one's a movie.
Yes.
He was going to be on the TV series.
Firefly?
He was gonna, because he's like Firefly. Okay, so he kept on mixing up the two as well. So he was going. Joss Whedon brought him over to the soundstage, introduced him all the different actors on Firefly, and then he's like, "Well, this is nice. Why am I meeting all these people? This is great, but why?" So the plan was the next season, because it got canceled. At some point in the next season, he was going to be in a bar in some random like planet, and it's set way in the future. And since Spike is immortal, like it would just make sense that he would be in there. But he never got to do it because the show got canceled.
Yeah, I hate that. Serenity was the movie basically that they made to wrap up the series so that it had an actual conclusion. That was what they did. The show itself was canceled, but Joss Whedon was like, I have enough money, I'm going to make this movie. And so he did. And
I've seen the movie. It's good. I mean,
it is. The show is good too. So, props. I love it. Anyways, let's see. Kappa has joined us. Hello. JC says, I hate blurbs. I still have to write one for When Love Calls, which is the book I am beta reading right now. JC's like, 49? It's more than that, but we're going to just keep it to that universe. Shh. 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 JC, shush. Kappa says, I was meant to go to bed early, but picked the wrong tea, and now I'm too caffeinated. Oh, I am so sorry. As in the number 4 and 9 together. Yes, as in the number. There's a lot more than that, JC. Don't worry. I got a lot. Paulina has joined us. Hello. And yes, we are definitely talking. We were talking Firefly and shared universes and Serenity and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And yeah. Complete nerds over here.
Yes.
I've got, my desk is covered in D&D stuff right now. Because I'm still creating my character that's going to be part of a new campaign that when we were down in North Carolina, the person who officiated my sister's wedding was a friend of ours from high school. And he's got a D&D session he was running, and so he was talking about it. He was like, we need a tank and a healer. And I was like, I could be a healer if you don't mind me joining. And he was like, I didn't even think about asking you guys. And I was like, oh, you mean we can? I can play D&D? And he was like, yeah. I was like, oh, yay. I haven't played D&D in like 4 years. In the meantime, Justin has an online campaign that has been online since before we moved. And since moving up here, the girls have started doing D&D. And I'm like, what about me? I want to play. And so now I get to. And I'm playing like I've never played a healer before, so that's going to be fun. And I'm not playing a cleric, which is also going to be fun. And I wish you would stop like making noise, fella. Please, you keep making me think things are going on that aren't. Rude.
To be fair, I don't even hear whatever you're hearing.
It's because it's on vibrate. It's just shaking the table a little bit.
Oh.
I can feel it. So, oh, hail the nerds. New campaign, yes. New campaign for me. They've been playing for a while. My character is going to get introduced in, and so is Justin's character. So, I'm excited. He's finished making his character. He's really good at that because he does it all the time. I'm not so much. So I'm just like, what is this? What does this mean again? Because I can't remember. It's been too long. But I am going to be playing I'm going to talk about this and then we're going to do a sprint. I'm going to be playing a Celestial Warlock, Azamar, and my patron is a unicorn. I was like, wouldn't it be fun if, hear me out, wouldn't it be fun if I came across the last unicorn, the Lady Amalthea, and she told me about her journey to find out what happened to the unicorns. And I was like, I will help you. And so, like, that is my mission. I am going around the lands trying to find news about what happened to the unicorns. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm playing. Yay. And my patron is the Lady Amalthea. And I love it. Anyways, okay, let's do a sprint. For those who are new here, we do 4 25-minute sprints with lots of chit chat in between. I'm awake now. The caffeine has hit, which is good because I was like dragging. But we do 4 25-minute sprints with some chit chat in between. We might do more than that. We might do, well, we never do less than 4. We at least do 4, but sometimes we do more. And during those sprints, I like to put up writing prompts. And today, the first writing prompt is, when I can find it, says, desperately, they prayed to the only deity left, the one that despised them. The deity answered without hesitation.
That sounds interesting.
You know you fucked up if you are praying to the last deity that hates you and they answer. Someone somewhere fucked up. And they about to get it. So that is our writing prompt for anyone who wants to write. You do not have to use it if you don't want to. Anyways, 25 minutes on the clock, and we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Alrighty, that is time. Let us know how you did what you did in the comments. I got a little bit of reading done. Not a lot. Mostly I was chit chatting with people, sending pictures of my animals to my family because, hold on just a second. Behind me, nope, nope. This is behind me. The puppies have joined me on the bed. So I was sending pictures of them to my family to show them what was going on. And I've been mostly chit chatting with people since then. What about you?
So I'm nearly done with my rewrite of my chapters, like explaining, and then in the original short story, it's we're gonna have pizza here. Then it gets to the table, and then they have a disaster thing. But I need to put in a little bit of like backer information about the characters in the way that they do on a like getting to know each other basis. So in bright red lettering, like highlighted lettering, I said add a conversation here about what she does for work and how she lives in Emerald Cove. But does he also live here? Yes, maybe. And then I went on writing after that. So that's not like a big chunk of writing. It's just a few lines here and there.
Yeah.
But I was gonna be like, I need to finish this part, but then I just moved on. And I now have in bright, like highlighted red, so that way I don't like accidentally leave the notes in a draft and print it.
Like some other author who's done that recently that I keep hearing about every once in a while. Who left ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, she left ChatGPT prompt in there. I'm like, okay, how do you not see that? Like, do you just like copy and paste and not bother? Like, okay, if someone's going to use AI or ChatGPT for anything, schoolwork related, book writing related, like at least look to see if it's correct or not.
Right? Like, at least take the prompts out. Come on, please use some common sense. And this is coming from someone who's very much against AI, at least generative AI. Like, but if you're going to use it, be smart about it, kind of thing.
Right.
Especially if you've been the kind of person that, like, I don't use AI in my writing, and then you come back and do that. No one's gonna believe you now, babes. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Just saying. I also discovered I had a lot of problems. I kept accidentally hitting wrong buttons and opening new tabs on my computer because my nails are getting too long. I wanted to go into town and do them today, but I missed my shot to do that. So I've got to go do that tomorrow while the girls are at D&D.
What color are they?
Right now, they're teal and purple because they're still my wedding nails.
Ooh, wait, do you have any pictures or anything from the wedding to see you all prettied up?
I have some pictures that people were taking randomly throughout the day. The professional photographer has not posted their pictures yet.
Okay.
When I have those, I was planning on making a video using some of those pictures and some of the pictures from that other people took throughout the wedding.
Okay.
I do have pictures because they were just basically sent to the family group chat.
Okay.
I think I've shared. I don't think I shared any on the stream, but I've shared them individually with a couple of people. I can pull them up during the next sprint and share a couple during the next chapter.
Those are pretty wedding colors, though, the purple and teal together.
Their wedding colors were purple, teal, and copper.
Ooh.
Because she had a steampunk themed wedding.
Oh, that's really cool.
So it was lovely, and I am awesome. Let's see. Lots of people dropped in the comments. Hold on. I gotta go up.
People are chatting today.
I love it. Paulina says, "Ooh, healer warlock, love it." Oh, Gwenna joined us. Hello, Gwenna. I think is this the first time you've joined me on one of my streams? I do not know. Welcome. I love having you here. If you've been here before, I do not remember. It's very possible you have. It's been a while if you have. It's past your bedtime. You know, worth a shot. What is everyone working on? Oh, Gwenna's working on redrafting an Arthurian book too. I am here for that. I love a good Arthurian tale. I am super excited. I've never read the books, but I know they're making either a movie or a TV show of the Pendragon series. Because I keep getting ads for Brides of Merlin.
This is so crazy because early this year, me and Jesse assigned books for each other to read, and Pendragon was one of them he had to read.
Oh, I haven't read them yet, But I was debating getting them for my husband because that's the kind of books he likes reading.
Mm-hmm.
And I just recently, he came up to me the other day and he was like, I want to read this book. And he was showing me a movie trailer that was showing on his feed. My husband doesn't read a lot. Like getting him to read anything is like a chore in and of itself. So when he comes up to me and says he wants a book, you best bet that book is in my cart and purchased that same day. So the other day I was like, I need you to go by the post office. And he was like, why? And I was like, there's a package. And he was like, oh, you got another one of your packages. And I was like, no, this one's not for me. And he was like, what? I was like, this one's for you, babes. And I was like, open it, open it, open it, open it. And he got, what is the name of the book? Hold on. I'm going to share another tab again. I'm sorry. Just sharing all the tabs. I had to pause the timer.
It's your stream. Do whatever the hell you want, lady.
I know, but still. So, we're very big fans of Robin Hood. That is one of my favorite Disney films. I love me a good fox, Robin Hood. Also, my favorite movie of all time. I don't care how cheesy it is. I don't care how bad it is. You cannot convince me. I know it's a terrible movie. I know it's a terrible rendition of Robin Hood. Do not come at me. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves is chef's kiss, my favorite movie of all time. So anyways, that being said, the book I got him when he came up to me and shared that he wanted this book was, hold on, I gotta change some stuff around. There we go. A Forest of Valor, Vanity and Valor. It's a Robin Hood retelling. There is 5 books in the series. It is a complete series. Each one talks about different British mythologies. And the first one is Robin Hood. I think the second one is, shoot, I don't even remember. Hold on. I'm going to click on the series. The second one is Blackbeard. Third one is St. George and the Dragon. Fourth one is Merlin. And then the fifth one is Arthur and bringing all of the stories together, all the characters together to fight a war. Beautiful. Love it. Here for it. And when he said he wanted it, guess what? He's getting every month for the next 6 months. He's getting a new book.
Yay.
But yeah, the Pendragon series was one of the book series I was going to get him because I saw it and I was like, I think he would like this. And now they're making a TV show, so now I have to get it. But yeah. Let's see. But Gwenna's comment about Arthurian made me remember that because we love a good Arthurian tale in this household. JC is planning out author stuff and YouTube content ideas for next year. I have done that for the first quarter of the year. I have my YouTube videos picked. I have some graphics that I need to create and some polls I need to put up. But for the most part, I have my video ideas planned. Now it's just a matter of executing the plan. Speaking of stuff that I have not posted because I am lazy, next Sunday, we are doing the next craft symposium. And we're going to be, I don't have the book in here because of course I don't. We're going to be talking about the book, The 12-Week Year. That's going to be at, I think I scheduled it for 7 p.m. because I scheduled it earlier than my live streams. And it's on a Sunday, not a Saturday.
Is it available in Kindle Unlimited, yes or no?
No, it is not.
Okay.
And it's not a cheap ebook.
Oh.
I want to say it's like $13. Hold on. I am signed in. I've already purchased both the ebook and the paperback. I purchased the ebook like years ago. Forgot I had it. And I went to go order the paperback when I got a notification that the paperback was coming out soon because it just released in paperback at the beginning of this month. And I had forgotten I already had it in ebook form. Oops. If my computer will load, I can tell you how much it is in ebook. My computer's going slow. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna read through comments while it loads because it's just spinning.
Oh, okay.
It's not the time of year yet. It's still the start of 2025, right? Right? Oh, goodness gracious. There's been lots of chatter about the year end. Yes, it's that time of year. So sorry I have to tell you that. Shh, let me live in my delusion a little while longer, please. You have a lot of time. I'm sorry, Scott. Oh, look at the puppers. Okay, Gwenna got 691 words, hoping to get 1K before bed. We'll get you there. Paulina has been reading Parable of the Sower. I am probably pronouncing that wrong. I'll have to look that up.
That's also on my bingo board that Jesse made me.
Really?
He put a lot of random stuff on there.
Oh, it's by Octavia Butler. Octavia E. Butler. I keep missing her middle initial. I have always wanted to read a book by her since I heard about. I don't even remember which book it was now. Now I have to go look at her stuff. And finally, pages load. Which book was it by her that I heard about? Kindred. I heard about Kindred because I think that's the one they made a movie of.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I want to say it was Kindred. Someone in the comments is bound to correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was it. Yeah. It's like a horror mystery movie. And it's like a time travel one, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay. Oh.
I think I'm thinking the right movie. Anyways, let me read through the rest of the comments. JC says, "You got this, Gwenna." Gwenna says, "Nope, not the first time, just a rare occasion." Okay. Well, I'm glad to have you back. It's past my bedtime too, though. Oh.
Bedtime. We're adults. We don't need bedtime. It's fine.
I don't know what a bedtime is. I go to bed when I'm tired, whenever that is. Because if I try to go to bed before I am tired, I am just going to stare at the ceiling and twiddle my thumbs, and that's not productive at all. So I have to get up and do things and make myself tired. I want to say it was Kindred was the one that was turned into a movie. I'm pulling up Kindred. There is a Kindred movie, but I don't know if that's Kindred based off the book or if this is something completely separate. And that's the part that's confusing me. There's a TV show, Kindred. That's what it is. Okay. So Kindred, Octavia Butler's book called Kindred was made into a TV show, not a movie. Okay. It was an 8-episode television show on Hulu. Okay. By the same name, though. So it is Kindred. I was thinking the right thing. There's also a movie called Kindred, which is something completely different. I was like reading the description of Kindred, the movie, and I was like, this does not mention time travel, and I know it's a time travel thing. But anyways, that was the one that got me interested, and I've been wanting to read something by Octavia E. Butler since then, and I have yet to do it because the ebook for Parable of the Sower, I do not know how to pronounce that. I'll have to look that up. It's $12.
Yeah. So at the beginning of the year, when I want to say it was Leandra did the another like booktube YouTube channel, did like the 25 and 25 bingo board, and so I came up with the crazy idea that we should do each other's boards, and so he's been reading them. He read a lot. I've not read anything in like 2 months. I've been writing a lot, so I've been reading a lot. But there were things like the left hand of darkness, the Pendragon book, the Parable of the Sower, and then some other random ones. So what he did, he's like, "Oh, I need to figure one books out. So I'm going to go to your Goodreads like want to read list." Which who keeps up to date with that? Like honestly, so he picked books that I put on there back in like the 2000, 2005, whatever. So and one of them I don't want to read anymore because we watched the first 2 or 3 seasons of Reacher.
Yeah.
On Amazon Prime, and one of the books is The Killing Floor by Lee Child, which is what that series is based on. I'm like, well, now I don't want to read it.
Yeah, I don't want to read it.
I don't want to read it.
All I can see is that penguin. I don't want to read it now.
So I'm like, that's not how, because I'd be like, that's not how it was. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll probably read it at some point. And there are some of them on there that were like, just I couldn't find anywhere, like not even anywhere, like not even audiobook form on YouTube, like anywhere. And our library is not super big, and you can request books from like bigger libraries, but sometimes it takes forever. Like when I read the first
So
Zodiac Academy book, um,
yeah.
it took like 6 weeks to get to the library.
So we also have a teeny tiny library. However, we can also request books, but it will all come from other teeny tiny libraries that probably have pretty much the same stuff. So there is less chance of me getting a book. Oh, you finally decided to load Goodreads. Thank you. I have not uploaded my Goodreads since, because I don't use Goodreads anymore. I have not updated my Goodreads since what year? This says 2020. I feel like that's inaccurate. I think 2018 is closer to when I last actually updated it. So whatever it has as want to read or to read, that's the name of it. There's 87 books on my to read list. And I guarantee you, some of them I have tried reading and DNF'd, and others I'm no longer in the mood to read them anymore. But video idea, you should do an updated video on the TBR that you were just talking about with you and your husband. Your boards.
That is it's been on my list of things to do since July. Fine. Hey, so the 12-week year, is that by Brian P. Moran?
Yes. I should probably drop a link to that, shouldn't I?
Oh, good to know. Our library has a thing that you can alert when they get it in stock, but they don't have it. Dang it. Oh.
Let's see. Here is a link to that for anyone who wants to check it out. It is $11 on Kindle. If you want to buy it, it is 99 cents audiobook with membership through Amazon Audible if you want to go that route. If I can type, it would be nice if I could type. God, I'll be so glad when I get my nails redone tomorrow. There we go. 12-week year. That's the JC says, I also do not know what a bedtime is, and it's priced that high because it's Octavia Butler. It's also priced that high because it is a trad book, and I have noticed that trad books are always priced higher because there's been a couple books where people have been like, you should read this. I think you'll like it. And I look at the price and I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen for a while. Nope. Because they're like $13.99 for an ebook.
I just think that's crazy because it's the same amount. Like it doesn't cost you anymore to like send an ebook to someone's device.
Why? Like, what really grinds my gears with that is when the ebook costs more than the freaking paperback.
Right.
And forewarning, because I'm going to post a post about it, and I'm going to talk about it when we do our talk about the 12-week year. For January's craft symposium, we're doing the 12-week year for writers, which JC mentioned in the comments section.
Okay.
Because there's also a 12-week year for writers. I have been told by those who have read both. I have not read the one for writers. The 12-week year I've read before. I'm just doing a reread and making notes on it.
Okay.
The one for writers I have not read yet, but I have been told by those who have read both that it's pretty much the exact same thing. It's just worded for writers. Like, it's literally the same thing. It's just with writers in mind, kind of thing. Kind of like how to Save a Cat was originally for script writers, and then there's a book for writers. Kind of like that.
Okay.
But more like paragraphs are almost the same, where they just put the keywords. Instead of talking like business, they talk writers, kind of thing. Okay. That's what I've been told. I don't know how true it is. Kappa is heading to bed. She says, they say, happy writing peace. I am taking my tired but wearied self to bed. I hope you have a good night and a lovely sleep. Get some rest. And thank you for joining us. But yeah, so this month we're doing the 12-week year. December I am going on hiatus. There will be no live streams, no videos. I will have posts up about various things. I've already got those planned out. I just need to create the graphics and schedule them. I'm part of the way there. I'm getting there. That's what I probably will be doing on the next stream, honestly. Not the next sprint, the next week's stream is I'll be scheduling those out. And then I'll be back in January, and we'll do the craft symposium for January. Will be the 12-week year for writers. So yay! Okay, let's go ahead and do another sprint. So I have made it to the end of the comments. JC says that sprint I got overwhelmed by Notion and then just crashed out. I'm so sorry, JC. Oh. Notion is my bread and butter. I love Notion.
Notion doesn't like to do what it's told. So, like, literally just setting up like when you open up Notion, the front page with stuff, like it didn't do what it was supposed to do, even though it was exactly what the video that was doing the tutorial was doing, like literally step by step.
I'm sorry.
Whatever. It's fine. I don't need it. It's okay. You keep it.
I love Notion. I'm sorry. Though I've heard a couple people talk about Obsidian, and I'm just like, that looks so pretty, but no, I put too much time and energy into Notion to be switching now. That's just a waste of my time. That's procrastination to the max.
Eva, you're not late. You're right on time.
Right? Eva is here. Hello, hello. You're not late. You arrived precisely when you were meant to, just like the wizard you are. If you didn't know you're a wizard, by the way.
Earlier today, I popped into Sam's stream, and Eva and Rachel were talking about in the chat about how Rachel has her channel, but then she's making she made a second YouTube channel that's specifically just for her books, and then she has one that we all know her from that's going to be like just AuthorTube stuff, and then the conversation turned to like AuthorTube channel doesn't really sell books because like it messes up the things that Amazon brings to you or whatever. And then Eva said that I think she said that she has like a few different social handles for like different things, and then she only watches those things on it.
That's interesting.
I think. Eva, you're here in the comments. Can you please explain it in better words than me? Because I have crap memory these days.
I was telling JC that I have the mind of a sieve, and it's getting worse every day. So, yay, I got that going for me. Gwenna just hit 1K. That is awesome. Congratulations.
Wait, 1K in your writing?
I think she's talking writing, yes.
Yes, okay.
But if she's talking, I mean, I don't care if she's talking writing, subs, or something else entirely. I'm still going to celebrate. Hold on, wait. I got something for you. Wait. Here we go. Confetti! That's for you, Gwenna. That sounded really scary. Threatening. That was the word I was looking for. That's not what I meant. I'm so sorry. Oh, let's see. JC says, I didn't think you were up or I would have messaged you. I was on the phone, which is the only reason I'm awake. From the top, what's happened so far? We have talked about several different things. We've talked about buying my husband books that he will read because he came up and showed me an ad and said, I want to read this. And I was like, bet. And I bought it. We talked about the fact that the projects we're working on tonight. I am working on beta reading. Steph is working on rewriting a short story into a longer piece, chapter by chapter.
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about the fact that next Sunday at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, we're doing the craft symposium for the 12-week year. And January's book, because I'm taking a hiatus completely in December. No live streams, no videos, no nothing. Couple of posts that are going to be pre-scheduled by the end of November. But nothing in December because I'm going to be planning ahead, filming, scheduling, all that's jazz for the new year. And in January, the craft symposium is going to be the 12-week year for writers. So now you're caught up. I think that's everything we've talked about for the most part.
So Eva was saying that she has a writing channel that only consumes writing content, a gaming channel that only consumes gaming content, a cleaning channel that only consumes cleaning homemaking content, and then this one that she's on currently consumes everything. Yes. And then I was going to say that I I have 2 YouTube channels. This is my first one. The first one I did was for when I was traveling all the time, and then I transitioned to like homeschooling, homebody type stuff. But then we started watching YouTube on the TV and on our TV that we have. And Jackson, my 12-year-old, has been wanting to watch like Lego stuff and like STEM project stuff. So he screwed my homeschooling only channel up to no end. Like, and I'm not ready for him to sign into his own YouTube account on the TV. Because he'll watch it in the morning when he wakes up sometimes, and I'll go in there into history and I'll see everything he's been watching. And he has rules like you can watch whatever you want to watch, just nothing like weapon related, even as to how to build a bazooka gun with the Legos or whatever. So that's out there. And so that one's all messed up. I'm like, you can't watch it on this one. This one is like very well curated with what I want to have brought up to me. I don't need like a Lego channel popping up in my feed or something like that.
I'm very good at when I watch a video that like that particular video intrigued me, but I don't want any suggestions based off of it. I automatically, as soon as I finish watching that video, I go into my watch history and delete it from my history. And that is how I keep my feed is pretty curated. That's the word I'm looking. God, I really cannot brain today. My feed is particularly curated to things that I will probably 90% watch because of that. Thank you, JC, for taking care of someone being a dick in the comments, and that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm not going to read any of the comments referring to it or anything because I don't want to give them more attention. So in the future, by the way, if you do take care of something like that, if I skip comments about it, that is why. I'm not going to give them the attention that they're seeking. But thank you for taking care of that.
Which is why when I was reading Eva's stuff out loud, I purposely skipped over that crap. So,
good job.
So,
Eva says, I did stop doing things with the gaming channel due to time. I wanted to keep the gaming downtown. That is something I have been debating. I do want to stream games. And if I want them to be like more, I want to play some games, but I also don't want to I am the kind of gamer that I will sit here silently for hours playing a game. And so my thing was that I wanted to do something like chill and chat, where I could chat with people online while I'm just sitting here playing a game and we'd like talk about whatever and I wouldn't care. I'd be down for something like that. But I am still trying to figure out how to set that up. Like, do I want to stream through Twitch? Do I want it to be on? I do have a gaming YouTube channel with my husband. So like I could stream to that and do just YouTube. But I have also got the Twitch channel I could stream to Twitch. I don't know. All I know is that I don't like sitting here playing a game for 12 hours straight silently. I have totally done that when everyone has been gone. The kids have been at school. Justin's been at work. And I've been sitting here playing Stardew Valley for like 12 hours straight. And I have not said an entire word.
Ever. I love playing that game. It's great.
I love that game so much. But
like I have it. Lily has on her phone. We have it on the PlayStation. Jesse has on his computer through Steam, but then he like downloaded like the mods, which is great. But then also like one of the mods he has is if you're inside a building, time freezes, which is great, but then it takes forever to progress in the game. So, but
I play without mods.
I don't play with mods. That's the whole point is
now, that said, I do play Skyrim. If there are creator mods like installed on the game already, where I can just go into a mods list and click those, I'm thinking the PS4 version. I haven't played it on the PC yet in so long that I don't remember if there's mods or not. But on the PS4, the console version, they actually have a tab where you can choose creator mods. And I have played with some of those. But as far as like going to outside websites and installing mods, I don't do that. That's just too much work. That said, we did use mods for Ark when I was on my sister's server. So like I have played with mods now that I think about it. But I think Ark and Skyrim are the only two I've ever played with mods. I cannot think of another game where I've played with mods. I'll have to ask Justin. Maybe he knows of one that I'm missing. But I don't know. I don't like playing with mods.
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of takes the fun out of it sometimes. You know?
Sims, like I've played with mods on Sims because I played with Wicked Sims, which is a mod technically. So yeah, so I have played. That's 3, but those out of all the games I've played, 3 is not bad. So, anyways, let's see. Eva streamed on Twitch a handful of times, decided they didn't like it. Streamed on TikTok now with Rita. Not sure I love streaming, but I do love accountability, and it pulls me out of the comfort zone, much like job out of the house may. Yep. As far as as far as having to be public ready and on time. Yeah. Twitch pays faster. Twitch does pay faster, but I could care less about the money. I mean, I've been on YouTube for like 10 years and I'm just hit 500 subscribers earlier this year. I'm not expecting to get paid anytime soon. So I'm not worried about that. I just want to do something fun and have chit chat with people at the same time. That was more my thought process. And I want to play some new games. Like I've got some new games that are like in early access, or I've got demos of games, and I think it'd be really fun to try those as like a first time player while chatting with people. I just think that would be fun. So requires a certain level of effort and skill to get a good following, of course, but you can make the pennies with your own 4 accounts. As it takes 50 subscribers and an average view time of like 3 or 4 to qualify after you stream for the required hours. I did not know that. That is interesting. I've had more than enough subscribers before I ever streamed to the supportive followers. I remade a new account on Twitch now, though, so it's writing and not gaming. I don't love mods either. You don't gotta play with mods. Nope, you don't. Wicked and Basement, yeah, with Sims sometimes. I used a few UI mods when I was playing WoW. I have never played WoW, and I doubt I ever will. And there is a long, convoluted story with that we are not going to get into tonight. For those who don't know, WoW stands for World
of Warcraft. I know what it meant.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. I was getting tongue-tied. I was trying to say Warcraft of World, and I was like, that's not right.
You made up a new game.
I did. I will play the new one. Jeez. Twitch doesn't leave content up forever either. It's just designed for gaming better. But YouTube is trying. Okay. But, all right, I have made it to the end of the comments. We are going to start our next sprint because we have been streaming for over an hour and done 1 sprint.
It tracks.
We've been really chatty today, which is fine. I'm not mad about it. But I do need to get some more reading done. I would like to finish at least 1 chapter tonight.
Hey, how's it going, weirdo?
Hello, Jesse.
Skye says hi.
Hi.
All right.
All right. So, for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about, here's our second prompt. And it says, everyone knew the house was haunted, but no matter who was asked, no one could remember how or why they knew that. And no one had seen spirits in the home. Dun, dun, dun. All right. That's our writing prompt for anyone who wants to use it. You do not have to. And we're going to start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I finished the chapter for the most part. I'm writing my final thoughts for this particular channel, and then I can move on to the next chapter, which is chapter 6.
I didn't write.
Oh,
Let me tell you what happened.
so you see what happened was.
What happened was I got off the bed. I got off here, got in bed, and I asked him to rub my shoulders. And then he made a comment about how my computer monitor was. So then how it was like up high and tilted at a weird angle, blah, blah, blah. So I spent time moving stuff around. And I have like this purple metal thing that I got from Amazon. And then on top of it, I had this to set my computer on top of. So it's up a little higher. I have neck issues, so sometimes, anyways, so I spent time moving it around.
Okay.
Which is why now you see me at a different angle. Because before my computer was up and it was like the screen was angled downward. Now it's like straight in front of me.
Okay.
So, anyways, that's what I did.
Nice. Let's see. Eva says all the chats. JC is planning things between that and reading. Gwenna got 1,500 words for the day. Got a chapter wrapped up, ending on a plot twist. Dun, dun, dun. We are here for it. And I'm super proud of you, Gwenna. And look, because 1K was your goal. I remember that. 1K was your goal. So here we go. You got more than your goal. So you get confetti.
Don't you love how I showed you that?
I love that so much. I am going to use it forever. When people accomplish their goals, I'm going to be like, confetti. I wish you would do a sound with it.
That would be neat if it did that.
The little kazoos or something. Not the kazoos. The little party things that kind of thing. I don't know what they're called. Anyways.
The kazoo was right. You got right.
Okay. Eva started planning an impromptu project. I love those. Those are my favorite things. As seen by the boy band romance that came to be. That I will eventually return to for editing and stuff like that. Let's see. Anyways, impromptu project came up with yesterday and want to have in my hands ready to market before the end of the year. Oh dear, that's Eva. We have a year, not a year. We do not have a year. We have a month. A month.
I mean technically a month and a couple of days. Okay.
I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong. And I am all for you getting this done. But it depends on the size of said impromptu project. Let me be clear. What is said project? If it's not a secret project, what is said project?
Can you share it with the class?
And how big of a project are we talking? Yes. Can you share with the class? Great work, yay, confetti, get an actual party thing. Yes, that's what I would love. JC went down a rabbit hole on a site that may or may not have something to do with my planning. Blame Skye for those websites. I, too, have been working on a website when I have not been beta reading.
Which website? We want to know.
So I have been working on the Brimstone Books website. That, for those who don't know, that is my publishing company. That's what my books are published under. Eventually, my goal is to do charity anthologies with said company, and I want to do 4 a year, 1 each quarter, and all proceeds will go to 4 different organizations. I've got 2 planned already. I want one of the 4 to be Alzheimer's Association, and I want one of them to be the Trevor Project. Those 2 are planned, ready to go, set in stone. I am still researching the other 2 that I would like to do. And my eventual goal is to do these 4 anthologies and do volumes annually. So each year there'll be 4 different charity anthologies that come out where all proceeds of said anthologies will go straight to those organizations. That is planned. The website will go live in 2026. The first anthology will probably, when the site goes live, I will put out the call for the first anthology with the goal that the first anthology will be published summer of 2027, tentatively. Let me pause that timer. I wasn't even paying attention. So, like, that's that. But yeah, I've been working on that website. However, JC says she's talking about a different idea. Oops, my bad. Let's see. Let me scroll back up to the Blaine website. Okay. Gwenna is going to eat a cinnamon roll and then go to bed now. I hope you have a lovely evening, Gwenna. Thank you for joining us. Eva asked which website. Eva says sweet treat and sweet sleep. Oh, I love that. Sweet treat and sweet sleep. I can't say that. My list will not let me. Eva's working on a children's picture book project. Okay, that I can see happening in a month. I can see that. I love that idea. I'm here for that. I'm sitting here thinking novel, knowing that you've already published a couple of children's books and have a poetry book that you're publishing. Is your poetry book publishing this year, Eva, or are you planning it for next year? I do not remember. Have a good night, Gwenna. Thank you for joining us. It's been lovely seeing you. And maybe next time I'll remember that you have been to my page, one of my streams before, because apparently I can never remember that. Eva can do it, trust me. Yeah, Eva's got this. Evan is my nephew. Named for me, though his mother denies it. Aw. JC says, not the website. It's a different website. Oh, okay, so the other website is I've got video ideas that I want to do that is based off a blog that I found many years ago. And I was following the blog, and I saved the blog, and I forgot about it when they stopped doing stuff in the blog. And then I was going through websites one day and on my list of saved websites, and it is called Author Answers. Let me pull it up real quick because I am not gatekeeping things. JC asked about something, and I automatically I was like, oh, let me tell you about something I am doing. Okay. So what I'm planning on doing is a series of videos where each week I do a chatty sit-down video called Author's Answer. And it's based off literally this blog, where there was like a handful of authors who got together and they each answered a single question each week. And here is the link to that. When you Google Author Answers, there is a new one from a different set of authors. I don't know if it's based off this idea or something else entirely, but they've got another list of questions, so I'll drop that link as well. Because I found that one while... That's not what I want. No thanks. That's not what I want either. Is this what I wanted? Of course, now I'm not finding what I wanted. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. So this is the newer version that basically started since then. Let's see. But like I've got my I've got a couple of videos already pre-planned, scripted, ready to go. I just need to film them kind of things. So there's a second one. So those are both the ones that she's talking about. And when she was asking something about, I don't even remember what you were actually asking, JC. You were asking something about video ideas, I think. And I was like, ooh, let me tell you what I'm doing. And I sent her those links. Okay. And I'm not using the second one. I'm using the first one. If I run out of ones that I want to do with the first one, I'll go to the second one. But I think some of the questions are the same. I could be wrong about that. But I've got video ideas galore. You want video ideas? I've got you covered. Because I have in the composition notebooks, I don't have my current one in here, but I have a whole bunch of composition notebooks. And in one of my past ones, I had like 6 or 7 pages worth filled with video ideas. So if you need video ideas, I've got them. I typed out that list into Notion because I was tired of trying to go back to my shelf and find my written form of it. So I started inputting it into my Notion. So what I have in my notebook is now in my Notion. I think I actually have all of it in my Notion now that I think about it.
I have something similar. It's not on my computer right now, but years ago, when like, I don't know where I came across it, but it's from Marissa Mohi, and she put together this bundle for like it was used specifically for like to write blog posts for authors, like different things
Mhm.
to write about from an author point of view. If you don't know what to write on your um, website or whatnot, and it's called the Evergreen Author Bundle or something like that. And so what I
Huh.
was doing, I was making short, like 5 minute videos of get to know the author series. I have like 4 or 5 of them up on my channel, and so I was just taking topics that she like prompts topics like and using those to. Um, I don't know why I stopped doing those. I honestly don't. It was fun. It was really short. Uh, it's now on my external hard drive because there's nothing on my laptop. Um,
Ah,
so yeah.
that's fair. Let's see. Eva says my mom's birthday is January 6th, so it's a little cute book idea to gift her for her birthday. Nothing fancy, but also it'll be a kid's book because that's what I want to do. That's awesome. I love that. Eva, you got this. You got this. And JC posted the link to Eva's poetry collection. I knew there was a poetry collection coming out soon. That's fun. Excited for content. There's a oh wait, you found a Substack, JC, or is the second link a Substack? And I just didn't.
I have a Substack. I have written on it. People keep on adding it to their like Substack reading whatever list, but like I haven't added onto
Oh, the
it
second
in
link.
like a long while.
Got it. The second link I submitted, I didn't realize that one was a Substack link. I am slow. Whoops, my bad. That's a me thing. All right, so JC said video ideas. Was writing video ideas that Eva and Tiffany actually gave me. Ooh, Eva wants to do Vlogmas. I had Vlogmas planned. I okay, so I had planned on doing Vlogmas because I knew I was going to take this hiatus in December, and I was like, I will film.
Excuse me,
What?
ma'am. Didn't you talk to me about something about like filming videos in your Santa Claus outfit?
Uh-huh, that's what I
Uh
was
huh.
getting to.
Uh huh.
I was
What
supposed to
happened?
in July. In July, I was going to do this whole Christmas in July theme in my house. I bought a Santa Claus outfit or a Mrs. Claus because I bought the wig and glasses with the little chains. I had I had a whole ass idea. Did I do this whole ass idea? Absolutely not. That costume is still sitting in my closet waiting to be used. It will get used. Um, but oh man, like I have video ideas. I've got the thumbnails made for said video ideas. I had plans for Vlogmas, and at this point, what's going to happen is in December I am going to film these Vlogmas ideas, and I'm going to schedule them for Vlogmas next year, so I cannot use that excuse anymore. So yeah, I am going to film the content for next year a year ahead of time. Most of it's like evergreen content. But like I've got the thumbnails made. I had all the plans, but since I am taking a hiatus to get a jump start and get some videos scheduled for the new year, I'm not worrying about making any content for December. What gets made before December 1st will go up in December. Otherwise, everything's going to be for next year. So, Eva, it's not happening now. I'm not filming Vlogmas content now. It's too late. It's too late.
I'm gonna do it. Um, there will be exactly 3 videos that I know exactly what I'm going to talk about. All the other ones are going to be I'm just going to film the day as it comes along, or if I'm going to, it might be a good idea to like talk about each of my Christmas themed books I have out on one of the
There you go.
videos, one for each video. So one video is going to be it's Jackson's birthday. It's December 2nd, so a video usually has that going on. And then December 23rd, I usually talk about it's my anniversary when the doctor said, "Hey, you have MS," and then I'll do like it's more of like a family home style video of like just our day at Christmas from like Christmas Eve and throughout Christmas. And those are the only 3 videos I ever share. consistently in December, and all the others are just kind of whatever happens. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold.
You're fine. All right, so this was another idea I had for anyone who wants video ideas for this year. Let me share this tab real quick. Share this tab. So here's an idea you could do. Of course, it's not going to show it. There it goes. Okay, so I don't remember when this was posted. I have this saved to my computer now. This was from a couple years ago, and it was someone in the AuthorTube community who created this. And Dudley Ryder made it. It says right there at the bottom if I paid attention. And I've had this saved to my computer since what year? Hold on. I don't even know what year. Folder information. Details. 2024. So this was for 2024. And my intention, because I didn't find this until like mid-December 2024. And so like my plan was to use this as like video ideas for 2025. So if you haven't done this yet and you want to use this, it's 24 days. There's a 12-day version and there's a 24-day version that the Dodling Rider shared from their YouTube for Vlogmas last year. And I was going to do it for Vlogmas this year. Like these were the video ideas, or some of the video ideas, because I was doing 24, but I had some other stuff mixed in. But a lot of what I pulled was from this advent calendar. So if you need ideas, that's a possibility too. Going back to sharing the cats. Okay. Jules, thank you. Eva still gets my Vita Reels. That's awesome. Because I haven't done shorts in forever.
I get them too every so often from you.
I don't usually do shorts. Every once in a while I'm like, I should do a short. And then I'm like, nah, I don't wanna. All right, I'll send it to you, JC. Got you covered. I wonder if it'll let me just share a link into. I'm going to try just sharing it in the chat. Let's see if it'll let me do that. I don't know if it will. I'm going to try. I've never tried sharing a link that was shared to me before. So this is new territory for me, but we're going to try it. What is it? Advent calendar? Is that what it's called? AuthorTube advent calendar. Let's see. There we go. All right. Let's see. I won't keep up with the writing prompt every day. Tried that one in October. Me too. Maybe I'll parody the song "The 12 Days of Christmas" and then come up with a video for each day. Ooh, I like that idea. Short video. YouTube pushes them faster and they are less pressure to record, edit. See, to me, it takes longer to edit because I'm chatty and I talk too much. It is really hard for me to do short form content. I think that's why I don't like shorts. I have way too much to say. But at the same time, especially during like writing challenges, I think a short video that's basically me just saying, hey, I got this many words today. My goal is this many words. So I'm sitting at this percentage. Something like that would be fun. And now I know YouTube does. I think shorts can be up to 3 minutes long now and still be considered a short.
Yes.
Am I wrong about that?
No, you're right. It's 3.
Okay. But back when I haven't done a short since they made that change. Like the last time I made a short, it was still 60 seconds or less. And that is just, I can't make a short. I'm too chatty. It's really hard for me to make a short. I spend more time filming for a short than I do actually filming for a regular video that's like an hour long. At least it feels that way. I edit the chatty out. The chatty is what we want, Eva. I just talk too damn much, as seen by this stream where we've done 2 sprints in 2 hours. This stream is a perfect example. We're getting all of our chatty bits in now since we're going to be on hiatus next month.
That's true.
That's what it is. Not me. I fast forward through it. Oh, goodness gracious. I need the highlights or I will get distracted, right? I do listen to YouTube videos on like 1.25 speed, but that's because a lot of the videos I listen to, I talk fast and I listen fast too. And a lot of people talk a lot slower than I do. And so I have to speed them up. So I do. I watch videos at a faster speed than most people talk. So yeah. And because I listen to YouTube videos like their podcast while I'm at work, I can definitely listen in while I'm working. So otherwise, I'm surrounded by silence, and that's no good for anyone. Me especially. I will go mad.
Just practice having a conversation with your teenagers where they never respond, like an ongoing monologue about whatever.
I have that already. I have two teenagers too.
Yes.
It's so much fun. Let's see. Oh, I prefer vlogs and videos where they chat a lot to me. Yep. Same.
I feel like that's kind of how I did my videos, my vlog videos when I was doing them. Because I used to only write at night. And so when I was doing like weekend writing blog videos, I would like write some and that would go into the only spot that I could talk at night and give an update, or I would like write all night long and have like some B-roll video recorded, and then the next day it'd be like, okay, this is what I did last night, that type of thing. Apparently Maggie said she really liked my videos because I would just chat a lot during my videos.
Yeah, I do chatty videos. That's mostly what I do. And then I do like all my B-roll footage is driving, events with the kids, or pet footage. That's literally all my B-roll. I never have typing B-roll. Every once in a while I'm like, I should really record myself typing. And then I'm like, that's too much work. No, fuck that shit.
For a while, I had this clip of me pouring coffee into a coffee mug, and I had it in the beginning of like a ton of my videos. I did it one time, and I just used the same clip over and over again, and I filmed it specifically to put in my video.
Yeah, no. All right, I need someone to tell me if they can click on the AuthorTube advent calendar and it works, because I haven't seen anyone say that they make it work. It's in the chat now. Since I've never shared anything like that before that has been shared with me, I don't know if I can share it out.
It worked.
Awesome. Good. Cool. I can close that now then. Yay. But yeah, all of my B-roll footage is me behind the camera, not me in front of the camera. So, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's if I do any B-roll footage, because most of my videos these days are me just chatting, updating, where have I been, what am I doing, kind of things. So like,
it was easier for me to do like B-roll type videos and clips when we moved around more often.
that was a loud song. I heard that. With the noise canceled.
I did film some videos of these murals in Huntsville where I'm at. They have like murals on the side of their buildings. They had this new bookstore opening on Friday, and it's it only has Texas wines from Texas, artwork that's from Texas artists, and the books are either by Texas authors or are about Texas itself. And I went there and I talked to them, and so I'm going to talk to the wife who does more deciding what's going to be in there. I threw my book in to have her look at. I actually went in there for that sole purpose. Like, hey, what about my book? And the husband was like, my wife would be really excited because there's not a lot of romance books in this store.
Nice.
So, and they're only going to be open on the weekends for now. Because
nice.
New store and all that. So,
I love that. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Sorry, I'm scrolling through the comments to see where I left off. New highlights, prefer vlogs, probably listen and do other things. I can't do that. I can listen and do other things. speed all videos up. Most large channels talk slower on purpose. Yeah, and I get that. When I do dictation, I have to slow down because I talk too fast for dictation. And if I ever do what I want to do in the very far future and I start doing narration for my own audiobooks and maybe even for other audiobooks, like I will need to slow down a lot. But I know I have done that enough times that I know how to do it. It's just that I don't do it. I can't. I just don't want to at the moment. I am not set up to do anything audiobook narration at the moment, but when I get to that point, I'm looking forward to it because I want to do audiobooks soon in like the next couple of years. I don't speed up videos. Blessed with the ability to keep focus in ways you don't notice. You don't need to hear things. I play videos while I'm working in Canva. When I'm doing other things, I usually have a video playing in the background sometimes. It depends on the video because right now my watch later list has a bunch of videos that I keep skipping because they're all ones I actively want to watch, like they're journal setups or planner setups or like walkthroughs of various like tutorials and stuff, and I actually want to sit and watch those. And A, I don't watch those at a faster speed. I watch those at a normal speed. And B, I actually want to watch and take notes. And so that kind of stuff is different. In that case, I will actively sit there and watch those. Content creation is a ton of work, yes. I never did that. Whenever I had the coffee being poured in my older videos, it was done each time. Oh, okay.
My counter was clean, so I took advantage.
Just pour coffee in 5 different cups and use a different clip each time. I'm documenting what I do as a form of accountability. I find myself doing more detailed work while I know I'm on camera. That's a good way to do it. That was one of the reasons why if I ever get to a point where I'm doing this full time, I probably will stream daily because it does hold me accountable and I do get more work done. Because I think my lunch break at work when I'm doing sprints and then these streams are the only time I actually work on writing related stuff. My admin days when I do my backstage sessions with Amy on Mondays, we're usually mostly chatting, and I might work on graphic stuff for like in Canva, but most of the time we're just sitting there and chit chatting, and she can work and do stuff at the same time, but for some reason I can't. I don't know why. So like this past Monday when we had a session together, I was journaling and I was literally just sticking stickers in a book because I couldn't focus on anything else while we were chit chatting. But the streaming daily would definitely help me hold myself accountable and get things done. It would be really nice. I really wish I could stream daily because I do like talking to people, and it does, like I said, it holds me accountable, and I get more stuff done, even with all the chit chat. JC thinks they're going to read during the next sprint, which we're going to start soon. I'm near the end of the comments. We're going to start another sprint. Ava says, if I'm typing, I'm typing for real. Setting my phone on the stand happened when I sat down anyway. And JC says, same. When I'm typing, that is really me typing. And Eva says, I also love that stuff. Want to do in-person events next spring, maybe?
What does she love? That's
the bookstore, I think, because she's talking about doing in-person events.
Oh, okay.
So I'm assuming, and it may be a big assumption, that she's talking about the bookstore in Texas that's geared toward Texas things. I love that. I miss doing events, and I cannot wait until we move back to North Carolina so I can do events again. Although the events I used to go to no longer exist because they have closed down. Disband. The organizers were already older gentlefolks, and they are no longer doing it for various reasons, most of them being health reasons. That reminds me, I need to talk to Justin about someone that recently passed away that we both knew. That sucks. I forgot to tell him. Eva says, show the dirty counter. Eva says, I can't focus if I'm chatting with someone in a planned chat session either. That's why I like being in text and not on screen with people during sprints. I would do 0 things. I'll probably wind down and head to bed during the next one. Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, we've been chit-chatting for a bit. I think we should do another sprint. What about you? What you think?
Let's do another one.
Let's do a sprint. Okay, so 25 minutes. If you are new here and don't really know, we are going to do another sprint. I'm going to have a writing prompt on the screen for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. You do not have to use it if you don't want to. And the next sprint prompt is, the land's overlord sat upon their throne, looking down upon the party bowed before them with a strange mixture of disdain and gratitude. You know what I picture when I think of this? A cat.
Our cat gives me such disdainful and like disgusted looks at me, and all I do is clean up. Anyways, whatever. He's so judgy.
They are so judgy. That's what I think of when I think of this prompt. The land's overlord. That's a cat. It's a cat. Straight
Yes.
up, it's a cat. All right. Anyways, 25 minutes. Then we'll be back to chit chat some more, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments.
I just finished another chapter of my rewrite, and now I'm on chapter 5.
Nice.
I think that's the last chapter, chapter 5. Yep, one more chapter, and then I can do new stuff.
Nice. I got a little bit of reading done. I finished up my final thoughts for the last chapter, and I started reading through this chapter, and I did a few other things off screen. Yeah, I don't even remember at this point what all I did because I didn't do a lot of reading. I only did reading for like the last 5 minutes. It feels like.
I probably would have gotten more writing done out of the chapter I was working on if I didn't have a visitor on my table. I don't know if you noticed. My cat is. It's the only time she comes to me willingly, like she comes and wants to be touched, is when I am clicking it away on my computer.
Of course.
If I'm sitting on the bed with my computer, nope. On the couch, nope. But if I'm at my desk, even when it's not there, she would just walk across, beg to be petted, and then she's like, "Okay, I'm done."
Love me, say that you love me. That's what your cat is like.
Yes, exactly.
I'm a little sad that we didn't have like another minute to the sprint because like I was getting ready to type something comment wise onto something I was reading and I've got it highlighted. I literally finished highlighting it to make the comment when the time went off. So, but it's not going to be a short comment. So, yeah. Also, I pulled up the wedding photos. That's what I did. I spent time looking for the wedding photos because I said I was going to show those. So, give me a second to share. Ah, yes, it's going to share correctly too. I'm loving this. All right, so these are from the day of the wedding. And this is my sister, her now husband, and the officiant. She was reading her vows off her phone, just like he was reading his vows off his phone. So a lot of these first photos are that.
Okay. I like her dress.
Isn't that pretty? However, we're both sad because this is actually dress option number 2. She custom ordered a dress from Australia, except she custom ordered it too late. It arrived 3 days after her wedding.
What?
Yeah, when she started getting nervous a few weeks before the wedding, she was like, "It doesn't even say it's shipped yet." And so she was like, "I have to order the backup dress."
What do you want?
Is he trying to sneak out of the room?
Oh, what are you doing, weirdo? What are you doing that?
I had to climb off the bed and noticed I was in the screen.
Oh, he said that he needed to climb off the bed, and he just noticed he was in the screen. No,
that was funny. But yeah, her actual wedding dress is now going to be like a Ren Fair outfit, which makes me sad. But at the same time, man, her second option was just as beautiful. So she looked gorgeous. Let's see.
I also ended up with 2 wedding dresses, but that was only because I couldn't decide between the 2. And Jesse's uncle was friends with the owner of the wedding dress shop because I guess they worked in the building or something. And so I got both of them. I got them both altered. My plans were one to the wedding, and then later on change it to the other one. But then, like in Central Oregon, once the sun goes down, it gets really cold, and it's because it's a high desert. So, and my first wedding dress, the one I wore to the wedding, is in my pictures. I had to get rid of because I had to throw a lot of stuff away because we had a roommate that we introduced bed bugs into the house, and so that was not properly. I hadn't had time to like seal linen on it, so I have my other wedding dress, which I'm too have too much meat on my bones now to fit it. So one of these days I will fit it. One of these days.
My wedding dress was a $5 find at a thrift shop.
Nice.
And it was like an old prom dress. It was very pretty. I loved it. It was not poofy at all like this one is. Anyways.
They were like, I want to say with the alterations is less than $200 for both of them. So it's really, it wasn't super fancy, but I liked it.
I think it's hilarious that her wedding dress is purple. Mm-hmm. My wedding dress was lavender. And I'm pretty certain my other sister's wedding dress had purple in it as well, but I cannot remember off the top of my head. And she has since divorced. So I'm not going to pull up the pictures. Oh, shoot. I wasn't paying attention to the timer. Let me pause that real quick. But yeah, I'm trying to remember. I do not remember for the life of me if her dress had purple in it or not. A lot of my family members, their favorite color is purple. Purple is not my favorite color, and yet I still ended up with a purple dress from my wedding day, which is hilarious. I just think it was funny. But
What is your favorite color?
my favorite color is gray.
Okay, do you have a runner-up?
Blue,
Okay.
like a light blue. This color blue.
Okay.
For the longest time, my website was like blue and gray, and those were like the exact shades that I liked. Those were my favorite colors. I probably got a picture somewhere that is the two colors I like. So this is them cutting their wedding cake, which her mother-in-law made. His mom made the cake. She owns a cake shop, and so she makes and sells cakes. And so she made the cake and the cupcakes.
Oh, you're cute.
And that was their photographer. And that's just the cake by itself with the steampunk theme. That turned out so good. I don't know. These are all like wedding guests. Their wedding favors, while they were doing photos before dinner was served and stuff, their wedding favors was a steampunk themed coloring book. And they handed out the coloring book and colored pencils. And it was a hit.
Fun. That's fun.
That's a table full of people coloring in the coloring book while we were waiting for dinner to be served. This is their guest book. So they made a gear, and we signed little cogs that we would drop in the gear, and the gear would actually spin around. And that is their guest book. They're going to take it off that stand and hang it on their wall.
I had plans for party favors in the guest book.
Yeah.
And since I was doing it all on my own, I forgot to like bring stuff out. So like I had little individual bags that had Swedish fish and kisses on there in it. The bag, like Swedish fish and kisses. And then I tied each one with a ribbon. I like curled the ribbon, and I had like a tag that was tagged with, that was stamped, hand stamped with something. And we were getting married outside, so I don't want to put it out at the beginning, and I forgot to. So I had like 300 of these bags I gave away. It's ridiculous. And then I had mason jars of blue and white sand and like blue and white marbles and like seashells in it. Because I like the beach, and we met on Plenty of Fish, so I was playing up the blue and white type theme. And so I have one of those left. That's the only thing I've left from the wedding. And then the guest book, I was going to bring out a Jenga game because we like playing board games, and have each person like sign their name on the Jenga piece. And I forgot to do that too.
Oh, I love the idea though.
Yeah, maybe if we do a vow renewal or something like that, if I don't murder him by then, we could do that sort of thing.
Justin and I, every once in a while, we plan what we want to do for our vow renewal, because we did a courthouse wedding with the intention of doing like a wedding ceremony on our 10th anniversary, and then our 10th anniversary came and went, and we were like, oh, whoops, maybe our 20th. So now we're planning for our 20th anniversary.
So we just celebrated year 8 of being married, so
you could totally do your 10-year anniversary. That's
true.
That gives you 2 years.
Yeah. Ooh, and Illy she'll be 17. That'd be fun. Because our wedding is a few days after Illy's birthday.
January 4th, we'll be celebrating our 14th year. So we've got a few years before our 20th.
Just a few.
Just a few. This was the centerpieces on all the tables. They made these to look like pipes with the lanterns, and the tea lights lit up. And the roses were in their colors. That's my daughter's actually coloring in their coloring book.
That's cool.
And that's one of my nephews with his little redhead ginger self. And there's the tea light lit up. There we go. I think that's all the pictures in this particular album.
I want to see you all pretty in a dress. Where's that picture?
You're gonna have to give me a minute to find that because this was from that album.
Okay.
Those are all the pictures that I think she took herself.
So we have no pictures printed out of our wedding at all. We had a disc with all the pictures on it that someone took, like one of the people took.
Yeah.
I don't know where that disc is. I have some pictures that Jesse's brother sent to me saved on my computer, but that's it. And then we were gonna have the whole like ceremony filmed. It was a freestanding camcorder type thing, and I think one of the dumb kids bumped into it, and so it didn't record it. Like you could hear the audio, but didn't record the actual ceremony thing.
Okay.
But I have a few. I have this really pretty black and white picture of our pastor with the book open, and it's nice. If I ever get a picture printed out, it'd probably be that one. There's ones of like Jesse like lift me up, and it was comical to get that picture because, as many of you know, Jesse is a double amputee, and so lifting me up straight from the ground, not great. Center of gravity and it's heavy on his legs and all that. So we got a folding chair, brought it over. I climbed on a folding chair, and then he picked me up from the folding chair and then took some pictures that way. His dad was so mad. He's like, "What are you doing?" Because his dad is like I feel like his dad is still like, "You can't do all the stuff you did before." And then it was like halfway through the wedding day, like the wedding and everything, I found out I had like this little I want to say trestle or whatever, like this thing to hold the skirt up with my hands. I had no idea it was there at all.
So I went over. I was still in North Carolina when she actually got the wedding dress when it arrived. So she asked me to come over and help her try it on because my other sister was in town when she got the second option that she ended up wearing for the wedding.
Okay.
And she got to help her go try on that one. So she invited me to help her try on what was supposed to be her wedding dress. And there it is. And it has a train. It was so pretty. Let's see if I can find. Here's it from the back.
Oh, that is pretty.
I am so sad she couldn't wear that one for her wedding, but I'm glad that she'll be able to get some use out of it by wearing it to like some Ren fairs and stuff. Heck, this weekend they were supposed to be at the Ren fair actually, so I'm hoping she wore it this weekend.
That's pretty. Australia, that's crazy. It's a long way for a dress to come.
Let's see. I'm looking through like the family chat to see if anyone else took photos that I just don't have pictures of that are not in that album. Everything else that looks like was taken before the wedding started. And they're just like candid shots of everyone randomly standing around. Hold on. Here we go. Family photo. I can't zoom in. Oh, maybe I can. Hold on. Nope, I can't zoom in. It's not going to let me. Sorry. That's what you get. That was all four of us standing together.
I like it.
I don't think there's any photos of us separately. Not that weren't done by the professional photographer, at least. Give me a moment. I'm looking. I'm scrolling. Scrolling. Da-da-da-da. Nope. It's like I didn't take any pictures at all.
Oh, you didn't do any yourself?
I was too busy running around doing things, helping out, getting people ready. So, like, I did not take any pictures at all. Not single time. Okay. And I think I don't have any, I'm not seeing any pictures of me or Justin separately without the kids in the picture as well, like as a group. And the one that I showed just now was the best picture with us as a group. I've got like ones of the kids. Like here's one of my youngest. Hold on. Share this tab. There we go. Like there's one like that with her. And then I think there's one with the oldest too. Maybe. Just kidding. It's the youngest still. I thought there was one with the oldest. Maybe I was wrong. Just kidding. There's not. Not with her face in the camera, at least.
Okay.
Most of these pictures are like as we were prepping and getting ready, and the hair was being done, makeup was being done, stuff like that.
Okay.
Okay. I can't wait to see the professional pictures though, because those are gonna be so good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't see any comments coming through.
Yeah.
There was one during the sprint, but I think it was a bot, so I'm ignoring it. I answered them. There's been no commentary since, so.
Yeah, Ava probably went to bed.
Ava said that she was going to go to bed during the sprint, so I'm not surprised she just poofed.
JC probably fell asleep.
Or she got busy. She might be doing something. And then it says there's people watching, but they're not commenting, which is fine. You do not have to comment if you don't want to.
Watching, did it say?
It says 4.
Okay.
One of them is me because I'm paying attention to comments. JC says I was reading.
Okay.
You're fine, JC. It's just I'm so used to you talking.
That's true.
But with that said, we're going to do another sprint.
I will get through my last chapter that I have written.
Hold on, replying to Graceland's boyfriend. He just messaged me. He was like, is Graceland asleep? Yes, she is, Bubs. Sorry. I will say this. I love that their partners are so comfortable with all of my family to the point where they message me if they can't get up with them. And they're just checking in to be like, is everything okay? I just wanted to make sure everything's okay. I absolutely adore that. I think that is so cool. All right. With that said, we're going to do another sprint. This will be the 4th and final sprint of the night because I want to get off and do some gaming. And if the Hubs is still awake and not asleep at his desk, I want to do some gaming with him. I'm hoping to get some of this chapter. I want to get halfway through this chapter if I can. That is my goal. I'm not going to get through it. There's no way. But I see a break, and I want to get to that break. So I've got to get through 3 pages. I can do that in 25 minutes. Let's do this. 4th sprint. Here's our writing prompt for anyone who wants to write but isn't sure what they want to write about. And it says, the scanner showed another ship in orbit near the planet, but when they looked out, they saw more than one. Dun, dun, dun. For all those sci-fi people. Anyways, here we go. 25 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let us know how you did what you did in the comments.
I literally almost done with the final chapter. Almost.
I finished reading that section of the chapter, and then it came upon a scene break. I like how the scene breaks. So this is a dual point of view story, and I like how the scene breaks are two different images for the different characters, POVs. It was just a little thing I recently noticed. I was like, oh, that's cute. I like it.
So when you say dual point of view, does that mean that each character has their own chapter written there? Or is it like, let's say chapter 1 is like James, and then partway through it switches to, I don't know, Bethany or whatever her name in the same chapter? Nope. So completely cool.
Separate chapters.
Good.
At least so far.
Less confusing.
Yeah, at least so far. Each chapter is its own character.
I did like Google a stupid word I write all the time, and it never looks right to me.
Which word?
I spell traveled, that past tense of the word travel, with 2 L's and an ED.
Okay.
But that is not correct. It is 1 L and an ED.
Mm-hmm.
It always looks weird.
Yeah, I'm on page 63 of 333. And I know it's adding pages because I'm putting my final thoughts at the end of every chapter, and sometimes that means it adds an extra page. So.
What you're not adding is like a comment?
The final thoughts, no. It's not being added as an actual comment. I've got it on suggestion mode so that it comes up in a different color.
Oh, okay.
And then if I close the document and then reopen it, it keeps putting it back in editing mode. So it changes that, and I'm like, I have to put it back in suggesting mode, otherwise it doesn't show as a suggestion. It's very complicated. I sometimes hate Google Drive. Not Google Drive, Google Docs. That's what I was looking for. Google Drive isn't bad. Google Docs, though, is like my worst enemy come to life kind of thing. Oh. But yeah. That's what I did. And you said you're almost done with the last chapter, which means you're almost done.
Yes, so I'm like writing there. All right, so this thing, things go bad on it. Okay, not because of the characters themselves, because of what happens on the date. And so what's going to happen after this is her friend who set this date up, she's going to like, hey, I know I have a bad track record of setting up people on like dates that go wrong. Like my friend that went on a hike and there was a flash flood warning in the area, or, you know, and your bowling date night went wrong. Like it was a wrong dinner date or dinner time reservation. And then you spilled pizza and drink all over you in the bar. And then someone's bowling ball cracked in the ball return, you know, things that are out of their control. That going forward is going to be like a mini golf date, and it's going to rain, and then they go out of town in a cabin that her friend again reserves, and of course there's no heat in the cabin. So this one is like the ball return and the ball cracked, and I know how to write that one because the very first bowling ball that my husband ever bought me, which was around Valentine's Day, but it was not a Valentine's Day gift. Okay. It actually got cracked in the ball return years after we got it. It was very sad. I actually I kept that ball for a while, but then we like moved into the RV, so I couldn't keep it because, you know, space and weight.
Yeah.
So it's a fun little scene to write because I worked in a bowling alley for a short time. I spent a while in the bowling alley, and this will be a scene that I'll be like, hey, just read this. Let me know what you think. Because, you know, he was born with the bowling ball in his hand, I like to say.
Sorry, the boyfriend was messaging me again asking if she could come to town early tomorrow so they can hang out. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. So we're planning that. JC read during the sprint a few pages, and she hates that Google Docs does that. Shishka, You can be quiet, phone. When beta reading other people's stuff, it does that to me too. Yeah, I hate that it keeps switching back and forth. It wouldn't bother me except for I'm not used to using Google Docs. So the fact that I have to keep remembering, like I will forget until I'm like, wait, why isn't it changing colors? And I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to change it, and I have to undo everything and redo it in suggesting mode. That's on me though. That's literally if I would do it, if I check first, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Okay, dokie. All right, cool. I is a little tired. I should not be a little tired. I slept today. I should not be tired. Do we want to do another sprint so you can finish up that chapter?
I mean, if you don't mind, that would be fine with me.
I have one more prompt. I can do one last sprint.
All right.
That sounds good. I'm going to stop our timer before it's actually supposed to go off because there's not much going on in the chat. JC is reading and chatting with us, which is cool. And I don't have a lot to talk about because I'm getting to the point where like my brain is dying. I hit that peak and now I'm cresting it. And I am crashing hard. Oh, good night, kiddo. All right. He's a good kid. I like him. Doesn't that mean you slept enough? Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I slept enough. I should not be tired. So, but for some reason I am. JC's playing on creating chaos in the chat. Oh no. I feel like we've had enough chaos already.
That's her thing that she does. I forgot the word I was going to use.
Let's see. But yeah. I feel like we've had enough chaos in the chat that we don't need any more chaos in the chat. There we go. That's what we're going to do. Yay. But, oh, I hit it just now. JC is like, no, I was saying perhaps your body is more tired than you think. It's very possible. Like, I don't know. It has been an exhausting week. And I have not even talked about what's recently happened at work, mostly because I'm trying to fucking forget about it. So.
Uh-oh.
More bullshittery that is bullshitting and stuff like that. It's nothing I can't handle. Just had basically a meltdown last night. Because of it. So JC's probably right. I am probably more tired than I think I am just because of that. Honestly, it's probably just straight up work exhaustion. Because work is just being done. And the desire to just stay home and write all day and publish works and pray they make me money is like exceedingly strong. But I don't have a backup plan at the moment. So until I have a backup plan, can't do that.
Well, do you watch enough crime shows?
Off and on?
Well,
not enough not enough to commit any crimes of the recent sort. But I heard that you could just walk straight into the loop and steal stuff from them. So and walk right back out.
Did you hear about that boy who was dressed like in like 1920s, 1950s, like hat, fedora, and suit, and they thought he was a detective? But he was just like a 17-year-old boy that likes to dress like that. It's from his grandpa's closet. They were trying to figure out who the detective was on seeing it, but it was just a 17-year-old boy dressed up in like nice clothes.
Oh my goodness. I'm with JC. Where were you going with this stuff? With the crime shows?
Oh,
JC said she watched
yes.
crime shows.
Like if you watch enough crime shows, you could offer your services for said crime shows.
Oh yes, I can go be a consultant. With the local
I think
police department.
that's the last time that we were talking about crime on your stream. I was like, I don't have any friends that have done crime yet. Remember that? Yeah.
Yet. No, I got a few things to sort out before I could even start looking for another job, like I would like to do. That's what I would love to do, is just look for another job. But I can't at the moment until I get some stuff figured out paperwork-wise. That's okay. That's on me. It's getting taken care of. It's just going slowly.
Oh, did I tell you that I went to the DMV here finally to get my Texas state ID? And I had all their stupid paperwork they wanted, like proof of address, proof of me, proof of my life, proof of social security number, proof of my birth, proof of my marriage to this dude behind me, right? Everything's great. I go in there and I'm missing one thing.
What are you missing?
My first marriage license.
Oh, no.
Because I went from my maiden name, Dockery, to Polly, which is my kid's last name. And I kept it because it was simpler to keep it. Because I didn't want to go to DMV again. And so then when I married him, I went from Polly to Whitson. And so they wanted to see, since my birth name was Dockery, how I went from this to that and make sure I was still the same, whatever. But Texas will take my expired ID for 2 years after the fact.
Okay.
And it expires at the end of the year. I'm like, I'm not even going to bother trying to order it between now and the end of the year. It's like $42 per birth certificate or per certificate in Oregon. Okay.
Yep. I think it's going to cost me. I think getting the document of my birth certificate is $50. That doesn't sound right. That's the only number that's popping in my head right now, though. So I'm going to pretend it's $50, though I think it's a different number. But I've got to get paperwork notarized and sent off, and the notarization costs money here. And I don't know how much that costs. So rounding up to all the paperwork and stuff that I've got to pay for, I feel like it's going to be roughly about $100 for me to get a copy of my birth certificate.
Is that because of overseas stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Roughly. And that's if you don't count the fact that I've already paid close to $500. Because the first site I found when I was trying to figure out how to get, because I went to 2 different DMVs, one in North Carolina and one in Montana since we moved up here. And neither one were able to tell me. They were like, we don't know how that works when you were born overseas. I'm like, you work for the government. Find out. So I started Googling it on my own at home. And the first thing that popped up looked like a legitimate government site, had all the right government stuff. It was a scam website.
Oh, no.
I paid $350 for a document that never fucking came because it was a scam website.
Dang.
And then since then, I've submitted my paperwork twice and was missing information both times. And it's one of those things where the first time was my fault. I was missing paperwork. The second time was also my fault because I didn't read the fine print, and it straight up says that if you're missing paperwork, they do not send checks. Obviously, don't get cashed, but if you send a money order, they don't send the money order back. And then also the fine print says that they do not accept cash. And the first time when I submitted it with a money order. And the second time I was running late. I was trying to get to the post office before they closed. And I didn't get a chance to stop anywhere for a money order. So I just sent in the cash. Forgetting the fact that in the fine print it says they don't accept cash. And guess what doesn't get sent back?
Got it.
Cash. So those times were on me. So now I've got all the paperwork I need. It's all filled out correctly. I am literally just trying to get stuff notarized so I can send it off. And yeah, by the end of this, I will have spent $500 roughly to get my birth certificate because I'm an idiot.
What they say, third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. But until I get my birth certificate, I can't get my license. And I have a North Carolina license still, even though I've lived here in Montana for 4 years, and it expired last year. So, that's fine. And a lot around here, a lot of places, they will hire you if you have an expired license, but they do expect you to get your license renewed, updated, all that fun jazz within a certain time period.
Got it.
The only reason I've gotten away with it so far is because I've been at the same job for 4 years before my license expired. And they don't check once you're in kind of thing.
Right.
However,
yeah,
if I were to get a new job, they would check.
So that's what's stopping
That's
you.
what's holding me back now.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I'm also trying to do classes. I'm failing miserably at doing the classes because I've got so much other stuff I'm doing and I just can't concentrate enough. I am doing classes for bookkeeping. Luckily, they're not like timed or anything other than my membership for this program ends in January. So technically they are timed. But I've had a whole year to do them and I haven't finished them. So that's on me.
What's the program? Is it through a certain school or something?
Through Coursera.
Oh, okay.
I am doing 2 or 3 different courses through Coursera. The main one is the bookkeeping one because I like numbers and I'm good with numbers. I'm good with numbers and data entry. That's my bread and butter. That's my jam. That's the kind of jobs I want. And so I will finish up these courses. I'll get my license fixed and I will be looking for other jobs, hopefully remote, doing a mixture of the two. I would love to do data entry. Like that is the dream job. I want to do data entry. Give me some files to transcribe. Give me some handwritten files you need typed up. I am golden. And I've had a couple people approach me and I've been like, do you need something done? And I'm like, I will do it for free right now just so I can have that on my file as experience, as volunteer work. So I can say, hey, I can do the thing. So that's where I'm at right now. Got all these plans. It's just a matter of getting the plans done.
I get it.
I like how JC is hyping us up and like, oh, Skye, you could consult on how to best clean up a crime scene. Or
you could clean up crime scenes as a job.
That is totally a job. And unfortunately, I don't actually know. I'm not certain if it's unfortunately. Let me be clear about that. I live in a tiny town. This is not an unfortunately thing. This is not an unfortunately thing.
Like you don't live in a town that has a lot of crime scene to clean
There's
up.
not a lot of crime scenes around here. So if I was in that business, unfortunately, there's not a lot of crime scenes around here. But fortunately, there's not a lot of crime scenes around here. Because I could totally do that job. There is a movie. I watched it so long ago, I can't even remember the actual name of it. It was something Sunshine. But it was literally about these 2 women. It was like this drama about these 2 women who were sisters, I think, or cousins. They were related some way. And they started their own company cleaning out houses after people were deceased. And they had to get like the hazmat suits. They had to get a company truck. Like that was the whole point of the movie. I don't remember anything more than that, but I remember watching that movie going, that seems like the perfect job for me. I could totally do that. I could go in after someone has passed away and clean a house. I could do it.
There'd be worse jobs. You'd be the one removing the body.
Or you could,
depending on the state of the body, I could do that too.
What, babe?
Or you could have a first name Steve.
Something named Steve.
Yeah, or you could have a first name Steve.
A first name
Steve
Steve.
Jobs.
Oh. I mean, I would love to have the first name Steve in that case. Oh man. All right, let's do another sprint so you can finish up your story. And so like I can read some more of this chapter.
Woo-hoo.
And I can dream about things that are not come to pass that I would love to come to pass in the future as far as like job related stuff goes. Let me go daydream about jobs for a little bit. All right, and I'm gonna actually look up and see if I can find out what the name of that movie is, because it's gonna bug me now. So here is our 5th and this one will be the final sprint. I know I said that about the last one, but this one officially is our last one.
Me and JC know good lie, so it's fine.
This prompt says only a small handful of people ever saw the black dog roaming the cemetery, and no one believed them when they mentioned it.
Sounds like a Stephen King plot.
In mythology, there is a creature known as the Grimm, which is a black dog that roams cemeteries protecting the dead and making sure they don't rise.
Oh,
I don't remember which mythology it's a part of, but there is a mythology with the Grimm.
okay.
So that's where the inspiration for that comes from. Anyways, you can write it if you want to. You do not have to. 25 minutes. Last sprint.
Shh.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let us know how you did that comment.
I finished what I was working on,
Woo!
and now I am feeling more fun stuff to happen between a couple.
Woo!
I said fun for the reader, maybe not them. Okay.
I am going to close the Kit Kat because that was our last sprint.
Blasphemy.
Last one. I read some stuff. I'm still on chapter 6. I have lots of things going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pages to go to finish this chapter. So I probably will finish this chapter before I quit for the day. Maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling. I might leave it. I might have to leave it just because it's at a good part, and I'm like, drama is going down. Drama. Anyways, let's see. Go check out the comments. Oh, I figured out the name of that movie. It's called Sunshine Cleaning.
Oh,
It came out in 2008. And it's got Emily Blunt and Amy
Fisher?
Adams.
I don't know.
Amy Adams.
Giving you out last names, I don't know.
Sunshine Cleaning. I want to say Amy Adams. Amy Adams, Emily Blunt, and Alan Arkin. I remember liking it. It's a comedy drama, and it's like a dry comedy.
Okay.
Very morbid in a lot of ways. So, I mean, they're cleaning up after dead people, so it makes sense. So, JC is going to go daydream of being a millionaire. So I had a conversation. I was filling up with gas the other day at the gas station.
Okay.
And one of the employees was taking care of the trash, and we were chit-chatting because sometimes we do that. And I was telling him that I didn't really want to go into work. He was like, wouldn't it be cool to be rich so you wouldn't have to go to work? I was like, no, actually, I have no desire to be rich. I want just enough money that my bills are paid and I can take a day off without worrying about how it's going to affect my paycheck. But I don't want to be rich because then everyone hates you.
I want to be rich enough, well off enough that I can go to dinner like twice a month, not have to check the bank account first, and also maybe like have someone come in once a month to like tidy up the house. That's
clean,
what I've decided. Like
Yeah.
the laundry and like the cleaning of the bathroom and stuff like that.
I want to be comfortable, but not wealthy.
Yeah, comfortable.
That's what
not
I
wealthy.
Oh, let's see. Ooh, congratulations, Steph. Oh, wait. I forgot. We got celebratory confetti.
Woo!
Celebratory confetti. Woo! I'm tired. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. I was
Hey, I like the confetti. Although on my stream I have sparkles and that are there all the time, and then there's confetti.
Not me forgetting what happened in chapter 6. Javon is back. Did I pronounce his name? Is that how you pronounce his right name?
Mm-hmm.
That's more a question for JC. I feel like it is. That's how I've been pronouncing it. That's how I'm going to continue pronouncing it, even if you tell me it's wrong. But he's back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Woo! And it's in Autumn's perspective. So. I don't believe it's true that everyone hates you. There are a lot of rich people who I love. Okay, super rich. Like, let's face it. What is the Powerball at right now? Like, it's like 300 something million last I checked. If I'm thinking the right. No, is the Powerball I'm thinking of?
If I was rich, I'd buy like a house that has a space for me to raise a bunch of chickens and a view of the sunset and a porch that's screened in. That's what I would do.
So the Powerball, that sounds lovely. The Powerball jackpot currently is $654 million. $654 million. That's no. I don't even know what I would do with that kind of money. Like, no, that's just too much. And even the Mega Millions is at 70 million. That's too much. No, I know. No. And I had recently, when we were coming back from North Carolina, we passed all these truck stops that had the big giant signs that said what the Mega Millions and Powerball were at the time. And I remember talking to Justin about it, and I was like, let's pretend they're gonna tax the hell out of that. Let's just, for shits and giggles, pretend they're gonna take half of that. So 654 million. Hold on. That's right numbers? That's the right numbers. Divide that by half. Let's pretend they even just take half of it. That's still $327 million.
That's a whole heck of a lot of money.
That's too much. That's too much. You know what I could do with that kind of money? I could completely pay off my parents' mortgage, buy a house for myself, fix up whatever's wrong with this house, all of it, everything. Or we could just tear it down, build a new one from scratch.
Right?
I could fix up everything that's wrong with my mother-in-law's house. I could give the girls college funds. I could give the girls
a house of their
funds.
own.
They could get their own houses. I could give them retirement funds, college funds, retirement funds, their own house, and Justin and I could have retirement funds, and we'd still have money left over. That's too much money. Too much. And we could buy vehicles for every single person, like brand new state-of-the-art vehicles for everyone. And that would still have extra. I can't even think of a way we would spend all that kind of money. Like, I hear people talking about winning the lottery, and I'm like, part of me is like, that money would go so fast. And then they get to numbers like this, and I'm like, how? What would you even do with that kind of money?
Like, invest it in stuff.
I'd be donating left and right to everything. I'd be like, you get $1,000, you get $1,000, you get $1,000, you get $1,000. And I would just randomly pick people. I'd go to a stranger on the street and be like, here's $1,000. Hopefully you use it for good things.
I might like get a house with a screened-in front porch with its own coffee maker there, so I don't have to leave the front porch when I'm drinking coffee in the morning. And then I would also have a nice sized room that has a desk in the middle of it, and no matter where you're looking behind me is wall-to-wall bookshelves with lots and lots of books. You know, there'd be signs.
There'd be signs. I would never announce that I won the lottery, but there'd be signs.
Oh my God! Like, because some people would be like, "Hey, I heard you have $1 million. Can I have some? Can I have some? Can I have some?"
You know what the sad part is? Is like, I would be sitting over here freely giving money, but the moment someone asked me for money, I'd be like, no. But I'd be sitting here going, hey, JC, do you want some money? I got some money for you. Hey, Steph, do you want some money? I've got some money for you. There's a difference
in like you giving it to people and then asking. You know, like I would be like, oh, you want some now? You're coming to talk to me now that I have money. Where were you when I was living on beans and top ramen?
Yeah.
Or something to that effect.
Let's see. The JC says, I want to be wealthy so I can not just be comfortable, but also because there is so much I want to be able to do to help people. And you can't help people when you have no money to help them with. Exactly. I do agree with that point. This is exactly how you pronounce it. Awesome. I love that I pronounced it correctly. I love me some Taylor Swift, and she is super rich. Taylor Perry is also. Shonda Rhimes, yes. I guess because when I think of having money, I think of all the people I can help with that money. Yes.
But then you have the problem of like deciding who gets what money.
And that in there lies the problem too. Like, how do you determine who you're going to give money to? Like, I have people I know. Like, I have a list in my mind of people who I'd help out. Straight up, without question. Even if they came up to me and said, hey, can I? I'd be like, yes. But then again, there's other people I know would show, because those things are publicly announced when you win a lotto.
Yes.
There's people that I probably haven't talked to in like 2 decades who I went to school with, who would come up to me suddenly out of the work and be like, hey there, pretty lady. I hear you won the lotto. And I'd be like, ew, go away. So.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the scene. Speaking of Shonda Rhimes, it kind of reminds me of the scene from Grey's Anatomy where, like, two of the doctors are there and they're like dating or whatever, and it's like Dr. Webber, and he's dating the Jackson Avery's mom or whatever. And so he says, or she says, we're gonna have family dinner. So then her son invites Maggie, who is Dr. Webber's illegitimate child that he had long ago and didn't know. Anyways, they're all talking about how he has inherited lots and lots of money from his dad or his grandpa or whatever. And he's like stressing out. He's like, I don't want the money. I don't want the money. And then his mom is like, what would you, what I would have wanted to give to have all this money. And then the girl, his friend, Dr. Rivers' daughter, is like, no, I get it. I came from money, but not like a lot of money. And it's hard because you have to decide who gets what money and you have to decide what you're going to do with it. So it's a lot of decisions to make. So that's the only reason I thought of that is because one of you guys wrote Shonda Rhimes in the comments
JC said
there.
Shonda Rhimes.
I don't think about it that often.
Yeah, I love JC's answers. This shows how good of a person JC is compared to me because I wouldn't have thought of this. Now I'm going to think about this, but I would not have thought about it right off the top of my head.
It would be cool to happen is like, all right, great. Like you have all these food banks and to provide food for people. But I think the food banks should somehow have a way to get the food to the people.
Your sound cut out. You muted yourself. I'm not quite certain how you did that.
I don't know either.
All I knew was you suddenly stopped talking on my end, so I was like, "What happened?" And it took me a second to realize you were muted.
So, like a lot of those, some of the food banks here in town, you can go in there and it's one load of something per car. But for people that don't have a car, how's that going to work? And for people that don't have a way to bring it back and forth, it'd be great if there's a way to like
transport it,
door delivery, because they have people who deliver groceries, which in fact is why we have Diet Pepsi, because we accidentally got someone else's groceries from Walmart. I like Googled them on the local area page, and they're like, well, I already refunded it, so you can keep it. It was weird. It was like 18 of these and a bag of garbage or garbage bags. 18 of these and garbage bags. I'm like, okay,
random.
That was really random.
Let's see. I love JC's idea of starting a foundation for single mothers who are creatives and are struggling to follow their dreams and take care of their family. I love that idea. Like I said, this just shows that JC's just a better person than me because I wouldn't have thought of something like that. Now, that being said, I did, when I was in North Carolina and I was selling Avon products, I used to donate Avon products all the time to the local women's shelter because I did believe in what they were doing. And they were helping women who were down on their luck, homeless, or like trying to leave domestic. A lot of them were trying to leave like domestic abuse situations. I never met any of the families. I was not even allowed to tour when there was families inside like if they were currently housing any families, I was not allowed to tour the inside. And the first time I actually toured, they were still in the middle of like doing some kind of remodeling. But that is I love those kind of places. And I haven't found one of those here. I know there's not one in this particular town, but I haven't even, and I know it's because I haven't actually actively looked. I know that there's shelters in Great Falls, which is about an hour's drive from me, but I haven't actively looked for any to do any kind of donation stuff to. I haven't looked for anything to do like donation stuff to. I haven't done a lot of exploring in Great Falls, period. I go there, I know the stores I want to hit up because they're stuff we need stuff for, and then I head home because it's just too much. It's too big. But like JC says, I've got a list of charities and foundations I've wanted to donate it to since I was 20 years old. And I have a couple of places that I would just donate to regularly or even like large amounts to if I could. But I don't have a list from since I was 20 years old. No, I do not. And I did have, when we first moved here, I was getting from the food bank. And yeah, we had to drive to the food bank in order to pick up our box. And we got what we got. And sometimes that meant we got stuff that was starting to go bad or already bad by expiration dates. Just because that's the way it goes sometimes. So, and it all comes back to the idea of, I I think it's more the fact that I would be so worried about people randomly coming out of the woodwork, being like, "I knew you back when." That stops me from wanting anything like that. I don't even play the lottery, so there's no chance I'm going to win. Anyways, none at all. Like 0% chance I'm going to win because I don't even play. You have to play to win.
Right. Yeah. You can't win if you don't play.
Exactly. So I don't play, so I'm never going to win. But I cannot imagine. Oh my goodness. I can't. I'm still looking at the website. This isn't the Montana lottery, so I don't even know if this is the same for other states. I know the Powerball is like nationwide, but some of these others that it's listing on this one, I don't know if they're nationwide. This one I know is not because it's big. It says Big Skye, so I know that one's straight up Montana. And even that one's like $10,000. JC says, "That's not true, Skye. You're an amazing person." I have my moments. I know those people I could easily say no to. I'd be like, "No, where were you when I was homeless?" You have a response, and I love that response because that is actually true. But I don't have that. I don't have a comeback I could say to the people that just randomly pop up out of the woodwork. Other than, I don't remember who you are. Who are you again? Winter riches, holiday delight, holiday surprise. Sorry, has at the very top of their page. Montana millionaires sold out. Holiday scratch-offs are in. $5, $2, $1. Sorry. Okay. Probably should not be looking at that anymore. I'm sure you've had hard times, Skye, where they weren't around. Yes, I have, but at the same time, like, I am very much the kind of person. I am more vocal here on YouTube about what is going wrong in my house than I am with my own entire family. I don't know what that says about me, but I don't think I want to know either. Random strangers on the internet know more about me and my home situation, my job situation, than my own family. Just saying.
I'm going to say probably, so at least 15 now. So when she was like 3, I was like, I got to the point where before that, I stopped talking to people. I stopped sharing my feelings. And suddenly, like, I was going to the gym and I was like, I found this shirt at Walmart in the junior section that said #NoFilter. So then I was like, I was just telling everybody whatever, didn't really care. I mean, I cared what I said, but I didn't like filter what I was saying just so I wouldn't run the risk of hurting someone's feelings. Not quite as bad now, but kind of how I am on here is kind of how I am with the family.
Yeah. And JC says, it says that you trust the people on YouTube more than you trust your family. That's not quite accurate. A lot of times it was like when I first started my YouTube channel, my family watched my channel. So if I said something on YouTube, they heard it anyways because they got the news at the same time kind of thing. Now they don't watch my channel as much, if at all. For all I know, they're the silent people who never comment and they are watching. I have no idea. But it's not that I don't trust them. It's just that, like, so this is my grandmother's house, and it's in the middle of probate. And my mom and her sister are fighting over it. Like, one wants to sell, one wants to keep, kind of thing. Like, I've said that all before. But part of the reason, like, I don't tell her anything about what's going on is because I don't want it to come. My aunt's black, so she can't see any of this shit. So, but I don't want it to come back and bite her in the ass when it comes to the probate stuff. I know you're being sarcastic, JC. It's good. It's all good. I was just like pointing it out so no one else misconstrues this. I know your thoughts. I got you. But anyone else who watches this later might be like,
what's going on?
What's going on? Does she really trust internet strangers more than she trusts her family? Yes and no. Internet strangers aren't going to give two shits what I say in 5 days, whereas my family will. And I think that's what part of it comes down to too. You know how like unless you do something really bad, the internet's not going to remember. They will find it later. They will like something will jog their memory and be like, "Oh yeah, didn't she say?" But they will not remember like in the moment kind of thing.
And like my videos and stuff like that, when I talk about whatever's going on, most of the time I don't edit stuff out or like change what I say. But I've been like, there's been times the last year or so I've been pretty ticked off at him. So I'll be like, start talking nicely, not a lie, but I start talking nicely, and then I'll like continue and end up like stressed and crying. And like the kids are around, right? I'm like, I'm going to delete that. Don't worry. Like, I just needed to get it out. It's like a journal type thing, but in video form.
Yeah.
And where's I going with that? So one time I was watching, like the kids wanted to watch some of the videos when we were traveling around. And so I was watching them on the playlist I have on the big screen. And then Jesse's like, oh, it looks like you were crying. Like, probably, yeah, on this trip. You made me cry a lot. You yelled at me. You made me mad. And I kind of wanted to punch you, but I didn't. So
I kind of wanted to punch you, but I didn't. You should be lucky you're alive, damn it. I know someone who knows how to get rid of bodies.
And now
crimes yet.
In this area here, we have a body farm.
Oh, yes.
But the criminal justice students don't even get access of knowledge of where that is until they get to the third year. Because they don't want people only doing the criminal justice program in order to go to the body farm.
I want to go to the body farm.
I'm going to do criminal justice just so I can see the body farm.
And we're going to stick with it for 3 years.
Yes. It's the long game.
We're in it for the long haul. Let's see, JC says, I don't like most of my family, so this is probably true for me too. In fact, I know I share more with people through my videos than I do most people in my real life, right? Yeah, same. Oh. And it makes sense in a lot of ways because the whole point of my channel was for me to document my journey. And a lot of what stops me from writing these days is what's going on in my personal life, like the fact that we have to haul water to this house when the water was working. We had to haul water back to get water here. And now there's a crack in the line, so we can't even use water. So we're having to haul big, giant 5-gallon jugs up here to get water, just to water everyone, wash dishes, and flush toilets. Like, it's hard. And winter's about to suck when we start getting the white stuff on the ground that we don't talk about. So, like, that all affects, like, how much writing I'm going to get done, how much reading I'm going to get done, and how I'm feeling, which there's a lot of people who are like, you can't be a mood writer and have this as like a career. And I'm like, that's part of the reason it's not a career for me. It's just a hobby. Because I can't stick to deadlines, because I can't tell you if next month when we start getting all the white stuff on the ground, if I'm going to be able to write a single sentence.
It's kind of why I started writing some other genres, because I kept on finding it really hard to write Lovecraft when I wasn't feeling Lovecrafty anyway. It's not a nice way of saying it.
I wasn't feeling very romantic, so I couldn't write romantic shit.
Yeah, like people like just make it up. I'm like, I want my character like bury him in the backyard. I don't know, like honestly, can't write good Lovecraft stuff if you don't feel that way.
That's why I write my monster stories. There's a balance. I get to kill people and I get to have people falling in love at the same time. Win-win. Because let's face it, I do have some actual monsters in my story that are nicer than the fucking humans. Rather have that monster in my life that I know will possibly eat me than the human that, I don't know what they're going to do. Instead of bear versus man, it's monster versus human. Which one do you choose, monster? I know the monster's going to kill me. It'll be done. I'll get eaten. Parts will get used. We're good. Then I'm sitting over here reading. I think, JC, is this like contemporary fiction or is this like contemporary romance? With the dual point of view, I thought it was contemporary romance, but now I'm questioning that. And I don't know if it's supposed to be contemporary fiction or contemporary romance. Let me know. I've been reading it as if it's contemporary romance. And if it turns out it's supposed to be contemporary fiction, some of my comments are going to have to just completely disregard because they are all about amping up the romance and the tension. And if it's not contemporary romance, you're going to ignore them completely. Just like delete that comment as if it doesn't exist. It is contemporary romance. Okay, we're good. That's how I've been reading it, and I thought that's what it was, but then I was like, is that what she said? Is that what it is? I do not remember. This is why I write shit down, and I do not have that written down. Oh, okay. I feel a little better now, though. That being said, December, after I finish beta reading, I'm going to be doing some writing. I just don't know what I'm going to be writing. I want to write this. I want to write something.
All right, so here's
Sorry,
what
I started saying a sentence at the same time I read JC's sentence. So I finished up with what she was saying.
All right, so here's my one of two plans for my writing. Okay, one is my one plan, and then second plan. First plan is to finish putting the final touches on all the stuff I have completed by the middle of December, by the end of the year. So that way I can release books in January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Okay. And then during the 7 months of the year, I will already have stuff out. And that way I can, during that time, as I'm promoting the crap out of my stuff I'm writing, be working on the talking fish story, as we call it here. And then hopefully have a good chunk of that written, because I have like 25,000 words of it. So I, have a lot more written by September. And that's the plan. That's plan one. Okay. Second plan.
Plan A, plan B.
Okay. Plan B is to extend the releases. So have a release in like January, March, May, like every other month.
Every other month.
So that way it would carry me all the way to the end of the year and possibly the beginning of the following year. The only problem I might have with that is that I have a couple of like campground romance stories that I would feel like would be like summertime reads, because campground summer time. That's the only thing.
Summer, fall.
Yeah, like summer, fall time. That's about it.
You might be able to release some of those in the spring, because spring, at least around here, we get campers as early as soon as the snow melts in March, April timeframe, which is spring. So you could still say spring, summer, fall, just definitely not winter, unless you've got one that's specifically set in the winter. Like it's an RV that's settled in an RV park during the winter.
No,
because we have a couple of those too.
That's true. Let's see. Yeah, the only two that are definitely like summer, spring, summer, fall time would be the two. We call them Whisper Ridge camping stories because it's the name of the campground in my story, but I don't know that how you get. Those are the only two that would be like probably like summertime reads.
Got it.
So, yeah. So either in December, just go ahead and like upload them to Amazon and have them ready. Like they're already out there. You can pre-order them if you want. Done.
Yeah.
And then I don't have to worry about them anymore. Worry about them. Other than, hey, I got something coming up in a couple weeks, and word vomit all around that I have something coming up in a couple weeks, and rinse and repeat every month.
Yeah.
At the same time, work on this fantasy adventure novel.
I'll be back soon. All right, ignore me then, jeez.
I was thinking of putting the fantasy adventure novel into Amazon, okay, and then getting a proof copy, even though it's not done at all, because it would be cheaper to print a proof copy and ship it to me than it would be to print the 75 pages from the library,
Right. Yeah.
which
Sometimes that
is
is cheaper.
ridiculous. So
JC said-
that's my plan A and plan B.
It's a good plan. Both of them are. JC says, when I wrote this story, I wrote it originally as contemporary fiction, but one other person read it and said, you wrote a slow burn contemporary romance, to which I was like, no, I didn't. She was like, yeah, you did. I agree. It's definitely, I don't know if it's a slow burn. I wouldn't necessarily call it a slow burn, because they're very much attracted to each other like the moment they see each other, and it's very obvious. But they don't act on it, or at least they haven't so far. So I guess in that way you could say it's a slow burn. But usually when I think slow burn, there's not even there's not the level of attraction there is so far, if that makes sense. Like there's the hint of this person is someone I would like to know better, but not attraction. I can't explain that any further. Any better, I mean.
I got it. I know what you mean.
So I wouldn't quite call this a slow burn, based on my own definitions. But that might be a me thing. I'm the kind of person that isn't really a very big fan of insta love, and this would feel like insta love if these two people hadn't. It's like a second chance kind of romance. It's more second chance than slow burn. Just wait until you get further. Okay. I'm getting there slowly but surely, JC. I'm getting there. I'm working on it. I'm on chapter 6. It's taking me forever. Okay. But my actually she said it was a second chance slow burn. Okay, there you go. Right now I only have one story that I'm going to be publishing as of this moment in 2026. It's because I've hit that point where I can't guarantee something's going to come out, so I'm not even scheduling anything for pre-order until it is completely finished and ready. And the only story I have that's completely finished and ready was one that was originally published in an anthology several years ago that I have long since had the rights back to, and I was like, let me just publish it by itself. It's a short story. It's 15,000 words. Bada bing, bada boom. Create a cover. If it wasn't a spring story, I would publish it now.
It was a spring story.
It's a spring story.
Okay.
So I have it set to, I will put up the pre-order in March for a May release.
Okay.
Because it's like spring, summer, like right on the cusp.
I feel like if it's like definitely set in a certain season, you kind of want to release
You want
it.
to release in that season.
The only time I think you could get away with doing it differently is if you had a Christmas book.
Christmas in July.
And you did it and you released it in July, where everyone was doing like Christmas in July. I think that's the only time you could get away with it.
I think horror books and spooky books are also ones that can get away with like August, September time frame.
Right.
So there's also those. Like there are metrics. Like I feel like, because even in January, you can technically release some Christmas books in January and still be okay.
Right.
Meh. And even like Valentine's Day books, if there's something dealing with very heavily around Valentine's, I feel like you can release those around Christmas time and it'll start ramping up closer to Valentine's Day, but it's okay to release it. I wouldn't suggest releasing it that early, but you can.
Yeah, my first romance book has a wedding in it that takes place on Valentine's Day for reasons.
Okay.
So, and so I released it in February.
Yeah. But with that said, that's the only one I currently have planned to release. But definitely as I get more and more stuff like finalized, polished, ready for publication, I'll start scheduling more stuff unless it's part of a series. Because again, I've hit that point where unless it's ready to go, I ain't publishing it. I've got 3 series started and published, like the first or second book published. And I don't have any of the sequels up for any of said books.
Okay.
Nor are any of the releases ready for publication of any of said books. So with that said, what I'm going to be doing moving forward is if I've got a series, even if one book in that series is done, I'm not going to be publishing until the whole series is done. So like Sultry Solstices is a good example because the first story is done. It could be published today if I wanted to. But I'm
Okay.
going to wait until all 7 are done, polished, ready for publication. And then I'll put a pre-order up for all 7 at one time, and they'll all be released at different times. But next year is pretty much going to be me writing and finishing and polishing, getting ready for a 2027 release year. And then I'll go ham and release all of the stories, 1 a month, 2 a month, multiples a month. Woo!
I mean, I'm kind of thinking of doing 1 a month just because I think it'd be nice to get it out. Not like I'm.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I was part of this Facebook group. And it was one of those people that was part of like the get rich quick scheme. But in a way, they were onto something. So they had a release schedule. This was someone who wrote erotica, and they wrote erotica shorts. And their release schedule for erotica shorts is that they did little short, one single scene kind of fiction for like 99 cents. And then they were writing longer works that were like 15 to 20,000 words each. Max was 30,000. And what they would do is they would alternate their schedule, and they would put out these shorter works 1 a week and for like a month straight. And then they would have 2 weeks off before publishing one of the longer works, and then 2 weeks off. So they have every 2 months, they would have 5 works coming out. Short works, the first 4 weeks, skip 2 weeks, and then a longer work, and then skip 2 weeks, and then do that whole pattern over again. And they would do that every month. And I was just like, what?
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I was like, I can't write Smexy times that much. I do not have the brain power. No, thank you.
Okay, we're not going to end right now. We were going to go for another 3 hours, right?
We're not. No, we are about to end because the Hubs wants to go to sleep, and he has work in the morning, so he has work in like 6 hours. So I do need to be getting off, actually. Sorry, Kay. I know you just popped up and you're just waking up. I'm so sorry. Not a galaxy far, far away, though. Yes. But yeah, like I know it was one of those get rich quick schemes, but it worked for them for a while. They were making thousands of dollars on this particular, and it's because they started with like several stories ready for publication before they started publishing, so that as they were publishing those stories, they could continue churning out new ones. It worked for them.
I mean,
it won't work for me.
What's the harm if I do it every month? Like, it's not like I'm writing them as I'm publishing them.
That's what I'll be doing in the future, basically, unless it's a series.
Like my first 5 books I wrote, I was literally writing, publishing it, and starting the very next one as soon as it was published. So.
Honestly, surprised to see you up this late. I've been up later. It's just that this is one of those weird weeks. I took a nap earlier today, and I started the stream tired. And then we hit about the middle of the stream, and I was tired again. No, I've basically done this. Do. Got up, and then down, and then up again, and then down again. That's kind of my plan, to be honest. 1 book every 3 months. I have 14 written to give me a backlog for the next 2 years while writing more. That's what I want to do. I want to use next year to build up my backlog for 2027 so that I can continue writing. But these are shorts less than 15K. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do next year is a bunch of shorts that are less than 15K. That's my goal. We'll see what actually happens. Because my plans so far have not come to fruition any of the years I've planned something like this. So that being said, that's what I'm doing in December is planning out everything I would like to work on and everything I would like to do. Because my hiatus in December is not just from YouTube to get YouTube stuff ready for posting next year. It's also to start figuring out, like, I want to go over my numbers for the past few years because I keep track of when I write and what I'm writing and how much I'm writing. And I want to go over those numbers and see, okay, I wasn't writing a lot during these months. Why? I was writing a fuck ton during these months. What was I doing then? And I want to like examine and start planning around like my good months and be like, okay, these are the projects I want to work on during these good months because I know I will get the words in. And I'll get shit done. Get it done. Okay, Gates like, you got this. I'm like, yay, got this. Woo! So, all right. With that said, it is time for us to end. We're gonna take off for the night. Next week, next Saturday, will be the last stream before I take a hiatus in December. I will not be streaming or posting videos in December. I will have a couple of community tab posts going up in December. But that is it. And even those will not be up unless I can actually post them before November ends. Because if I don't post them before November ends, they're not getting done either. So everything I do in December is going to be for the new year. Get her done. Yep, exactly. I need a sticker that says it and put it on my screen. I feel like there was something else I was going to say. Oh, next Saturday is my last stream before hiatus. Next Sunday, we're going to do Craft Symposium. We're talking about the book 12-Week Year. Feel like there was something else doing that. In January, we'll be doing the 12-Week Year for writers. So that's 2 books we'll be doing for the next couple craft symposiums. I'll be back in January with streams at regular time. Blah, blah, blah. If there's anything else, I'll put it in a community post because my brain's not working. Go ahead and do your outro, and then I'll kick us out if you're here.
All right. Would you?
Spouses.
Right, for anyone that is still here after nearly 5 hours of streaming, hi, thanks for hanging out. And if you're watching this, what are you doing with your life? You're rewatching us rambling for 5 hours. But anyhow, my name is Stephanie. I write romance, sweet kissing books. No naked times on the page. If that's your jam, find me anywhere. And I usually stream with Skye most Saturdays. I don't sound like I'm a blues singer usually. Just getting over a cold. I think that's it. I don't know what else to say. Stay tuned for lots of stuff from me.
All right. And for anyone who's still around or doesn't know who I am, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes. And as Stephanie said, she usually joins me on Saturday evenings. If anyone else ever wants to join me on Saturday evenings, message me. Let me know. Be like, hey, can I join you? I'll probably be like, yes, you can. Let's do this. Let's have some fun. Because I love having guests. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed now. Anything else I need to say, I'll put in a community post because I don't know anymore. I can't think anymore. So it's time for us to go. Anyways, thank you all for joining us. We will see you all next week. Bye, everyone.